Because I'm just kind of curious. All right. Yeah, I guess we could just get started. I'm going to stick with just the bird sounds for right now. So for those of you who missed last week, this is the Google Doc here. You can find by typing !day_forts into the chat. This was last week where we built two separate forts as part of the same faction. They both grew to about a population of 50. One was kind of on a very, very, very high mountaintop, and one was on kind of a low, good biome area, a mirthful biome area, and we built on the side of an ocean. This time, we're going to go build on an island, and as part of the same faction. And as I was saying earlier, my headcanon is that they got lost or abandoned there. The faction that we are trying to rebuild is no, I'm blanking on I think it's the defensive still Sax, if I'm not mistaken. At the far end of the Civ, which I'm thinking is correct. Questioning that now because there's a bunch of different dwarven factions. Let me just see if I can check this. No, not the defensive still Sax. Was it the Tool of Twisting? It was the Tool of Twisting, yeah. Not the Plank of Dots, which is the other dwarven civ that's in the same area. The Tool of Twisting is the group that we are going via. Also some other streams. Yeah, I'm always curious when people say something very broad like that. Cutest if anybody has anything specific. But also, thank you very much to those of you who got here early. Could I get a big round of beers so I know who's listening currently? If you're listening to this stream and you got here early, just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. And hopefully my back stops hurting. Sooner rather than later, you know what I'm saying? You got to hear me ramble about bad science fiction. That's the award you get for getting here early. It's hearing me ramble about shitty science fiction. Shitty science fiction that you shouldn't watch. Shitty science fiction and other things you shouldn't watch. My bad movie blog. All right. Where are we going? The Tool of Twisting is our one-off fort faction. So they're actually growing a little bit now. They have a few forts. So the forts that we've done recently on stream are this one, this one, and this one. This is the good biome. There was 2 tiles of good biome over here, which I luckily stumbled upon. Yeah, the save file's uploaded now if you want to grab it. So where we're going to build this fortress is over here. And as I said before, my headcanon is that they were shipwrecked or something. There is deep metal around here. Ooh, there's shallow metal too. Wonder what we could do with this. They're very shallow, like not a lot of mountains over here. Over here on this bit though, there is actually a okay, so that's all connected. Over here there is a little desert, which actually has shallow metal. Interesting. I kind of like that idea. Could do like a half desert, half like temperate savanna. Maybe we could find some interesting stuff. What do you guys think? More forested or more temperate savanna-y? Because this rocky wasteland has shallow metal. We could find some fun stuff down here, potentially. There's also like old jungle area. There's a tropical freshwater swamp. We've got tropical shrublands, saltwater marshes. The Merc of Discovery. Oh, that's a good name. I like that one. The Discovery Channel presents Merc. The Discovery Channel presents Merc is an area that we could go. There's, you know, all the way up top here, all the way kind of around. Anybody have any particular fun stuff or any particular requests or anything? Savannah also has the potential for cool war animals. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be going to war because we are kind of locked on an island. But I mean, it is the potential for us to like have fun things to fight. I kind of just like the Merc of Discovery, right? It's just a good name. It's just a good name. I mean, we could try and catch and train cool war animals. That could be kind of a little goal. Like, I'm certainly not going to have time to domesticate anything. But, like, so the whole point of this fort is we're on a little abandoned island, and I'm going to spend all of my points on bunny rabbits. And I'm going to make them all available as pets. We're getting close to Easter, so I'm like, you know what, let's do something a little bit Eastery. What if we just spend all of my points on bunny rabbits? And my whole point or idea is that they got lost, or, like, maybe shipwrecked, or... they were traveling and got caught in a storm and got washed up ashore on this little island, or something. That's kind of my headcanon idea. We could do Temperate Savannah and try and tame stuff. I mean, if we find anything, that is. It is a wildernessy Temperate Savannah. Ooh, we could do Temperate Savannah and Ocean. That could be fun. That could be a lot of fun, actually. And bunny ear hats? Going egg hunting, obviously. I mean, what else would you do on Easter if you're a dwarf? But what we're going to do on like tomorrow or next week is I'm going to build a fortress here, and we're going to build a bridge across so that they can access the mainland, which I think actually works in background simulation, I think. So... next week, we're going to go over here and build a bridge to the crazy bunny fort right there. So that's next week's idea. But for right now, I just need to select somewhere that works. Just because, I don't know. I think that this would be a bit of fun, you know? Just a bit of fun. I do quite like this, like, temperate savanna on the ocean, though. That's just rocky wasteland. Hall of Guards, the Somber Plain, the Red Hill. These are good names, actually. Is that actually a hill? It's very flat, game. This is a false advertising. They call it the Red Hill, eh? It's like slight bump in terrain. It's like just a very slight bump in terrain. It's all temperate shrublands. It's all rocky wastelands. That's a lot of rivers for a savanna. Yeah, I think this is probably one of the better ones. This is all temperate savanna. Everything is sparse and moderate. Question is, do we want a river? I mean, I could just make this bigger. How's that? Very large embark, spanning 2 biomes. Biome 1 is the Ocean of Laboring. Biome 2 is the temperate savanna, which is warm, sparse trees, vegetation. Vegetation is moderate, and surroundings are wilderness. I could do some fun shenanigans with this. So yeah, that's my whole pitch. Is like they got shipwrecked, or what do you guys like more? They were out on an expedition and got washed into sea, or they were shipwrecked. I think either's kind of good. Either of those work. It's just a matter of which one do I write down in the document. Maybe like lost at sea and just leave it kind of ambiguous with a lot of bunnies. What's funny is I'm pretty sure bunny rabbits are useless. Like, I don't think you get any food from them. Keep bunnies alive and train other animals. That's the goal of this whole fort. And also, of course, continue to grow the lost faction up there. You know, Bunny Island. Yeah, there you go. Bunland, the island of buns. It's delicious. I do have a light aquifer, so that's going to be our water source. You have selected a very large area, may experience like goal lost at sea. Yeah, exactly. Get lost at sea. We are lost at sea. We're lost on an island in the ocean on the sea. This whole thing, everything here checks out. Everything here checks out. So I'm very curious. How many bunnies could I bring? Because they only cost 2 points. Say 40. Oopsies. And 40? That's 80 bunnies. I could take more than that. I got 64 points left. I mean, and chickens for eggs. Chickens and bunnies. I mean, we need something that actually gives us food. How about turkeys? They have bigger eggs. Let's bring turkeys. No, I'm trying. Which next generation episode are you talking about? Or are you thinking about the or what about the original Star Trek episode where they end up on the fun planet, where it's like a theme park for rich non-humans, and everything that they imagine and think about happens. Build a statue for every bunny? Do you hate me? Because no. I am not building a statue for every bunny. that would take forever. Also, these bunnies are going to be exponentially expanding, right? You know, how about I cut this in half? Let's just say 20 bunnies of each. 20 bunnies of each. 20 male bunnies and 20 lady bunnies. And then that way I'll have a couple extra points to put into food. Also, you may have noticed I kind of quietly grabbed myself some extra picks. I know what episode you're talking about, but I can't actually remember anything from that episode. Okay, now I literally just Googled those two characters' names, and now I know exactly what you're talking about. Those guys that speak in metaphor, yeah. That was a cool episode. It's too many good Star Wars, or not Star Wars, Star Trek Next Generation episodes. Too many good ones. All right, what am I bring? Well, I don't need any of these. How many chickens am I bringing? No, they just talk in metaphor. I mean, you could indeed talk through memes, but that's just most humans. So that's not fun. That's not fun or exciting. Sheep, sweetbread, cave fish, plump helmets. I'm trying to think. What else should we bring? Could just give all the dwarves mining. What else should we bring? Could just put it on to alcohol. Better. You know what? I've got 6 picks. So what if I just give everybody a few points in mining? And then one person just like animal training. Something that don't eat bunnies. I mean, we're not eating the bunnies. The bunnies are our friends. They're our pets. We love the bunnies. Why would we murder the bunnies? Those bunnies are gonna... You do realize these bunnies are getting coffins when they die, right? These bunnies are getting coffins and will be remembered. And it's gonna be funny. All of the dwarves are gonna hate bunnies. I'm gonna make them all available as pets, and they're just gonna be like, bah! Bunnies? Why would I want those? What am I supposed to do with bunnies? Animal caretaker, animal trainer. Where's animal trainer? Man, one of these days, I wish I could just like search by alphabetical order. Animal trainer. Uh-huh. There it is. Whoopsies. Let's say a skilled animal trainer. So we have 6 miners and a skilled animal trainer. And I still have a bunch of points left. Let's just put the rest into booze, shall we? It's a lot of wine. There we go. Hope the dwarves like wine. And now I need the most important thing, chat. I need some help from you. I need 7 names. So if you would like to enter this poor abandoned island filled with bunny rabbits and dwarves, raise your hand. I'm just naming people as they pop up. In the order that I see them. Yeah, it is manufacturing. It is. And did I miss anybody? I need one more. One more. Anybody? Anybody? Baron Grub. Self-appointed Baron Grub. There you go. Or you know what? Here, instead of Baron Grub, if we're doing the Lost in Sea thing, you can be Grub. Captain Grub. There you go. Unless you just want to be General Grub, which I could make you the general source of grub. Admiral Grub. Admiral Grub. It sounds like a Star Wars character. Also, hey, Tygo. Next time, I'm sure we'll get... I'm sure that we will get... what do you calls it? I'm sure that we will get migrant waves. Others have been lost out here, too. Hey, Freskins. How's things? All right. Now the most important things. Port name. Crab laborers. That's a hell of a... Huh. Must make all these crabs labor. Whose channel was the Friday Halcyon thing was on? It was posted on the Discord, but it was FG. It was on FG's channel. Yeah. Crab cult? I mean, we're not a crab cult, though. We're a bunny cult. That's the problem, right? Bunny caretakers? Is caretakers even a name? Let's go to the group name. The bunny? The willful bunny. Watership down. Oh no. Oh no. Just reading Watership down gives me this weird I don't know. I had a crab god once. It took the form of a giant crab and was associated with Warren fortresses. So, I once had a bunch of dwarves that worshipped a giant crab, so I don't know what you're talking about, General Grub. I kind of like the willful bunny. Kind of like the willful bunny. I'm familiar with the Kenshi crab memes. I'm just saying that I have had things in Dwarf Fortress that worshipped bunnies. Although I'm not gonna go with the crab laborers. Maybe like the bunny laborers. Should I just use the word bunny and everything, or does that just get old? If a bunny riding a crab, I am not sure, so I'm not going to promise anything. I've never tried to do such things. I don't think it's possible to have a is riding or is mounting. I don't think either of those are things. So it's hard to say. Bunnybud, the numbers of multiplying. That's such a long-winded name, though. The gleeful bunnies. How about Abby bunnies? Or even better, I mean, right now it's going to say bunny, which could work. Technically, we could go with bunny, but bunny appetizer. BunnyAbby. That could work. The Night of Leapers. That might be a better group name. Or maybe the Night of Leapers could be like the symbol name, maybe. Soaked bunnies. But we're not soaked anymore. I'm not drowning the bunnies. At that point, we might as well just call it boiled bunny and just like eat people. Is leapers a name? Like, so many of these words you guys type in, and I'm like, is leapers a... It's like leopards are, leaps are, leaps. Is that an adjective? Maybe? Eh. Yeah, leap is not in there. Yeah, for BunnyAbby. You like BunnyAbby? Cheval Coulette. Bunny curses, the terrible swarm. The swarm of terrors. BunnyAbby. And of the willful bunny. And I think I'm going to see if I can go with the Night of Leapers for our symbol. Let's see if I can do that. The cognigant leap. The cognigant leap. The Night of Leaping. I mean, we could go with the Night of Leaping. The Night of Leaping. No, I don't like it. The Knights of Leaping. How about that? That's about as close as I can get to that. The Leap of Fury. I'm not going to do that because that sounds way too close to furry. Of old cat explosions. We won't have a cat explosion or a bunny explosion. I doubt it. The Knights of Leaping. Sounds like something you'd read about in a JRPG where you're like, this is really poorly translated. BunnyAbby. There we go. Got it written down now. Okay. Hi, Alive. I'm Greg. The Scepter Makers? No, that's definitely Long Death, actually. That's definitely Long Death where we make the scepters. All right, let's see what I can do. Bunny. Rabbit. One. An image of a rabbit. Is jumping. Flying. Being flayed. Melting, praying. I can make a dwarf that's praying to the bunny. This is the same sieve. Yeah, this is the same revival civ, except in my headcanon, these guys got lost on a like remote island, um, and they have a whole bunch of bunny rabbits. This has nothing to do with the fact that we're getting close to Easter, but so I have like 40 rabbits. Um, I have 40 rabbits and a bunch of chickens, and I'm going to be keeping those rabbits happy, and we're going to be on an island. I was kind of joking about this a couple of weeks ago, where we were like, yo, we need something to do for Easter. And I was like, well, what if we just like settle on an island with a shit ton of rabbits? Cringing, dead, unnaturally contorted, traveling, suffering, weeping, withering away, dejected. I think we'll say is traveling. It's an image of a rabbit. The rabbit is traveling. And dwarf. It's an image of a rabbit and 7 dwarves. The rabbit is traveling. The 7 dwarves are praying to the rabbit. The Knights of Leaping. I don't know why they were bringing a large number of rabbits to the fort where they were, or to where they were intending to end up, but they have lots of bunnies. They got swept out to sea during a flood and held on to their floating wagon and miraculously were stranded on an island. Yep, nope, 10 out of 10 backstory. I'll roll with it. Yep, that's exactly what happened. This is now canon. But just so that you guys, for those of you who just tuned in, 20 and 20. 20 male and 20 female wabbits. Wabbit. Not rabbits, wabbits. Also, we got 2 roosters and 8 hens. And just a shit ton of wine. They were moving to Australia. I mean, I like the idea that they were like, maybe they were punted by a bronze colossus out into the ocean and they just hung onto the wagon and they managed to float to the island on the wagon or something. I don't know. We're hunting rabbits. It's definitely the season that it is. But yeah, no, I am going to start this by just making them all available as pets. And I kind of hope that I just have 1 dwarf with like 70 rabbit pets. We're also just on the edge of a savanna, so like the side goal of this is we're going to try and capture and begin taming some cooler creatures. Like hopefully we'll get some elephants or something, because it is wilderness, so we could get elephants wandering in. It's not untamed wild, so no giant elephants, but we might get elephants. We might get like lions and stuff like that. So in theory, we'll be setting up like cage traps and trying to catch them. All of the dwarves have a few points in mining. I have some extra picks to try and get the initial digging stuff done quicker. And General Grub has a bunch of animal training points. Don't worry about it, is my logic with most thing Dwarf Fortress related. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Enjoy your lurks, Redbeard. Cheers, man. So yeah, that's generally my way of doing things when it comes to, wait, how does this work in Dwarf Fortresses? Just don't worry about it. It's fine, okay? It's totally fine. Everything is fine. Just don't even worry about it. Just don't even worry about it. Just don't even worry. Just don't, like Freskin said, don't worry. It's 47.05. It's fine. Everybody's all hunky-dory and happy times. And no one's going to get mad if I accidentally drop a lot of things on the rabbit. Anyway, welcome to Bunnyland. Let's get to know our dwarves ever so slightly, shall we? The first one, the fitting statement of everything's all right. Everything is fine. She is 71 years old. Her name is Bastet, and she was born on the 15th of Obsidian In the year 297, somebody is running around and stomping real loudly up the stairs, and I think my neighbors have children. I hate it. Thanks. Please move out. Anyway, her eyebrows are extremely dense. Her nose bridge is slightly convex. Her hair is free-lobed. They live in a 600 square foot apartment. Where are you running to, child? Jesus. Her somewhat tall head is somewhat narrow, and her hair is flax. Her skin is brown, and her eyes are gold. Taking bets on number of minutes until first rabbits gets under a bridge at the worst moment. I mean, what if I just put all of the rabbits into like one small area where they can graze and just like lock them in? Or is that cheating? Should I give the rabbits free rein? She does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, and she works to spread its natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and she values artwork in its creation. Doesn't often feel envious of others and likes a little excitement now and again. Occasionally overindulges and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. You bet 23 bits you get squished in the first hour. But you're not in this fort, Freskins, so how would you get squished by anything? I mean, I could just not build a drawbridge and just automatically win that bet by default. What happens if you lose the bet? What happens if you lose the bet? Also, thank you very much for the first money of the stream. It's a big embark. There might not make small bunnies. There might not make small bunnies. They might not make baby bunnies? I doubt that. These are rabbits we're talking about, dude. These are rabbits we're talking about. They will, and they will go into like the tavern and stuff. They will go to meeting zones. They're like any other animal. Although actually they're grazers, so I probably need to just zone them outside.
Got to think this betting thing through, methinks.
Got to think this betting thing through. I mean, you already lost by default because if like you're trying to bet against me or something, like if I owe you something, then it's just like, I will just not build a drawbridge. So how would I crush a bunny rabbit in the first hour? Woe is me is 55 years old, born on the 6th of Timber in the year 313. I'm feeling randy today, he say. He has a medium-length sideburns that are neatly combed, a very long mustache arranged in double braids, a very long beard arranged in double braids, and very long hair arranged in double braids. Free-lobed ears that are broad and a somewhat tall head. That is somewhat narrow. His gold eyes are slightly close set, and his hair is flax. Now I'm imagining drunk rabbits because of the tavern runs. Just like dwarves stepping and stuff. This Dwarf Fortress taught me about the term of I'm feeling randy, and I still don't like it. It really just rubs me the wrong way. Like, I genuinely do not like that term. It's just so strange to me. Just doing a thing in the background real quick. He cleaves an austere lifestyle, disdaining even minor immodesties in appearance. Oh boy, he's prone to strong feelings of lust and does not generally respond to emotional appeals. No wonder you like rabbits so much. And he is somewhat scatterbrained, is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. Thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He is assertive and somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this since values friendship. He doesn't seek out excitement and has a greedy streak. Often feels envious of others and scratches his head when he's bored. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at cruddy weather. This dwarf sounds like somebody who would like own a lot of stuff, have a lot of money, and never leave his house and be generally insufferable. You know what I mean? Like, just reading that description. Also, woe is me is funny. That is very funny. Typical dwarf. That is kind of funny. All right, so the next one is Crazy Beard, who is, she is 79 years old, born on the 4th of Galena in the year 289. Her hair is wavy, her very long hair is neatly combed, her head is somewhat narrow, her nose bridge is slightly convex, her ears are free-lobed, and her hair is flax. Her brown skin is slightly wrinkled, and her eyes are gold. All right. She occasionally is overindulges and isn't particularly ambitious. She is curious and eager to learn, and is moved by art and natural beauty. Is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. Is quick to anger and often nervous. Generally finds herself hopeful about the future. Also, I'm not really looking at their likes. I'm just kind of hoping at least one person likes rabbits. But check this out. This dwarf likes tortoise and giant narwhal bone. Tortoise and giant narwhal bone. Where the hell are we going to get you giant narwhal bone? That poor dwarf. Fucking giant narwhal bone. My mom is texting me. All of the distractions. I'm getting DMs and texts from my mom. Well, the DMs aren't from my mom, but the texts definitely were from my mom. So I don't know how the heck we're going to deal with that want, but she is a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things and quick to form negative views about things. Often cheerful and likes to brawl, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Also, in my headcanon, I assume that every time they talk about other people in their descriptions, they're actually just talking about the bunny rabbits. So, likes that all the bunny rabbits get along as well as possible. Doesn't care about the other dwarves, just the bunny rabbits, right? Also, I totally missed where you gave me another $1, but thanks for the $1, Freskins. Diamond is 62 years old, born on the 28th of Galena in the year 306. Her hair is clean-shaven, and her free-lobed ears are extraordinarily broad. She personally sees lying as an important means to an end, views cooperation as a low ideal and not worthy of any respect, and can't fathom why anyone would want to live in a world want to live in a world with an orderly and harmonious society, and sees competition as reasonably important. Wow. Never tends to pass up a chance for a good fist fight and is somewhat quarrelsome. Is bothered by this since she values friendship, tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. Rarely feels discouraged and often feels lustful. Is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. Tends to avoid crowds and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at cruddy weather. I don't know what that even means. Crazy Beard. But I assure you, my mom does not have a New York accent. Yeah, you seem like a fine dwarf. Wave depletion. He is 87 years old, born on the 3rd of Opal in the year 281. His short sideburns are neatly combed. His medium-length mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is braided. He has a broad body and an extremely short nose. His extremely short nose is incredibly upturned. All right, so I imagine an extremely short nose that's also incredibly upturned, just kind of looking like Voldemort's nose, not like nostril holes, like just like your dwarf just looks like this, basically, which is upsetting, to say the least. His brown skin is wrinkled, and his somewhat broad ears are free-lobed. His gold eyes are slightly sunken, and his hair is flax with flecks of gray. Fencing accident. Sure. Yes, an unfortunate fencing accident. He personally is completely put off by the idea of friends, values peace over war, and values independence, only likes the bunny rabbits. Although likes creeping eye tooth and amber animal traps. Amber and animal traps. Oh boy. Green jade, giant king snakes for their habit of eating other snakes. He likes giant king snakes for their habit of eating other snakes. Later life Michael Jackson. Yeah, there you go. Later life Michael Jackson. Where the point where the nose just kind of started falling off. He often feels envious of others and is rarely happy or enthusiastic, is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking as an abstract concept. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and occasionally can overindulge. Has a sense of duty, although he finds this can conflict with his sense of independence and often feels lustful. Needs alcohol to get through the working Needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at cruddy weather. Monkeys. She is 57 years old, born on the 4th of Moonstone in the year 311. Not a fan of 311, just born in the year 311. Her hair is clean shaven. Her somewhat short ears are free lobed. Her hair is flax and her skin is brown. Her eyes are gold. She personally cannot fathom why anyone would want to live in an orderly, harmonious society, respects power, and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and dreams of mastering a skill. Lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and doesn't often feel envious of others. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, generally acts impartially, and is rarely moved to mercy. Tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is slow to trust others and does not often feel lustful. She tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she often feels discouraged. She can easily fall in love and develop positive sentiments, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And sometimes when she's excited, she likes to tell stories without any real point. Okay. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Do you like to tell stories with no real point, monkeys? And last but not least, our animal trainer, General Grub. He's 66 years old, born on the 5th of Galena in the year 302. His sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is neatly combed. His short hair is neatly combed. His eyelashes are short, and his somewhat broad ears are free lobed. His nose is somewhat short. His hair is flax, and his skin is brown, and his eyes are gold. He personally sees introspection as important, and values loyalty, and values eloquence. Dreams of mastering a skill. Like stoneware, bismuth, and golden beryl, gauntlets and amulets, and orca men for their jumps. Wow. He does not generally respond to emotional appeals and seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. Is not careful with resources when working on projects and often spends unnecessary effort. He is very trusting and does not often feel lustful. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and is curious and eager to learn. He is quick to form negative views about things and finds obligations absolutely confuddling, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and talks very loudly when he's exasperated. He needs alcohol. He tends to interrupt others during conversations, and is when he's trying to remember something, he exhales slowly and deliberately when he starts getting bored. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles loudly at shitty weather. Mildly at shitty weather. Cheers, Andrews. Yeah, I think we'll be fine. This all seems fine. Dwarf, 66 years old, born in the year 302. All right. Well, I'm just gonna screenshot the starters so I don't forget. And then we can get started for our day fort. So to anybody who's never seen a day fort before, I will finish this fortress by the end of today. So either retire, abandon, say goodbye. For those of you who missed the beginning, yeah. Wait, what about Easter fucking us over? I'm confused. Did I miss something? Anyway, shall we embark? Once the game decides to do it. There we go. There we fucking go. I can't read Russian, so it's totally fine. Why did you go and spell check it or something? Or not spell check it, Google Translate it or something. You know, it's very rare that I get a random key in my email out of nowhere that's like interesting to me. But I just got this email, and the title just says Chess meets Bomberman and Dark Souls for 1 to 2 players. I'm suddenly like kind of curious. I'm not gonna lie, like those things there make me interested in. Like, you just said some words in a sentence that made me go, huh? All right. I'm listening. I'm not sure where the Dark Souls bit comes in, but here, I'll link the trailer. I'm not sure where the Dark Souls bit comes in, but it looks fun. It looks chaotic and dumb, but it looks fun. I'm also not sure where chess comes in, but it looks neat. I'm not sure what it has to do with chess or Dark Souls, but certainly shit explodes. Anyway, you have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Lorgim, which is the faction that we are rebuilding. There's almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now, enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the jaguars get hungry. Jaguars, magwars. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place. Cheryl Colette, BunnyAbby. Strike the earth. Chest that opens Dark Souls PvP every time you take your opponent's piece. You know, that would be interesting. Looks like Snake on drugs, kind of. I don't know. It looks explosive and fun to me. Let's go. All right. So first, I have to pause the game. You may notice that we have a shit ton of bunnies. That is by design, and I assure you, entirely planned. And this is our map. That is a big fucking ocean. I did not realize that we would have another shoreline up there. Oh, that's cool. That is really fucking cool. Do what you gotta do, Infinity. Do what you gotta do. It's all good. Don't worry about it. I'm just going to unpause the game for a second because I'm curious to see what the waves are going to look like. Okay, first off, it's raining a shit ton. Those are slow waves. There they come. Look at that. That is an interesting coastline, yeah. The game's not lagging. Those are just real slow waves. Like, it's actually running quite fine, considering how big this embark is. Waterfalls and waves are super cool, yeah. They're not really spraying on the beach. That's interesting. Those are very small waves. Normally, like, they very much crash. Yeah, like in like the mist there. But there's not a lot of mist here. It's just like flowing up onto the beach and then back down. This is kind of like the Bay of Fundy, actually, is the way this looks. I'll bet you... I wonder if that's the mainland over there. I don't think it is. All right, so this is our embark of all of the bunnies that we bought. So I'm going to grab a screenshot of this. As always, if you want to follow along, you can follow along in the Google Doc, !Dayforts in the chat. If you go down to the bottom and go over to week 9, right there, you can follow along with the document that I'm building, as well as take peeks at all the previous forts. If you want to download the saves, it can be found up there. These are the adventures I've done. There's some information about the different factions. We're playing the Tool of Twisting, which are these guys down here. There's some other stories about this stuff written up there. If other people write stories and you send me Google Docs with the stories, I'll link to them. All that stuff's. So there you go. The newest save from today should be up in the document right now, so you can go grab it if you like. Sit there and tell a bunny forgotten beast. I don't believe I've ever seen a bunny. I don't believe I've either seen a rabbit, for that matter, as a forgotten beast. So this is white sand, an ocean wave. Let's see what animals we have around. Well, we've got sturgeons, river otters. We found FGs. We got ravens. We've got wild boars and wild boar sows and platypuzzles. Look at that, platypuses. Last time I had a platypus, I almost immediately also had giant platypi. Or platypodes. What's the plural of platypus? Or is a platypus just plural of platypus? What is a plural platypus? Platypus? Platypi? Platypodes? I don't know. Anyway, I had a bunch of platypuses, and they were all giant. And they one just literally walked into the map, ran over to one of my dogs and killed it and left the map. Like, that was the only time I saw them. Like, is it platypi? Okay. Or platypuses. Platykittens? No, but that's a very different thing. The colors I use are colors that I fiddled together myself. If you want to find them, they're on the Discord, pinned in the DF talk room. So if you go to Discord and go to the DF talk room and scroll up, or just go to the pins on the top right, it's the first color set you see is the ones that I use. It was originally one of the like easy on the eyes sets, and then I fiddled with it until I managed to make it like nice and seeable for me. Though there are a few quirks with my colors though, like vomit is blue. So keep that in mind. But, you know. Platypussies? No, that's just a shitty platypus. All right, so let's say hi to Spitalier for gifting a subscription to General Grub. Thank you very much for the 356th gift sub in the channel, you crazy mad lad. And thanks for gifting a subscription to General Grub. Also, Spitalier, question. Any advice on making Supreme Commander Forge Alliance run well on Windows 10? Because I may or may not be playing some of that with Evil Trick on Monday. Because Evil Trick's going to stream and we're just going to play kind of cooperatively, I think, against AI and stuff. I don't know. I have a feeling we should probably do that before we, go after other people. But yeah, anyway, me and Evil Trick are going to play some of that because we both own it. We're like, we want to play RTS games together. So we're going to do that. And I know that you play that game, so I'm going to abuse your knowledge base. I'm seeing mudstone. I'm seeing damp peat. Okay, looks like the sturgeons are over in the river, so we don't actually have any... Ooh, sea lampreys. River otters. More sturgeons. What kind of smaller fishies do we have? Salmon? Oh, we have salmon? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, over on my friend's stream on Monday morning, we're going to play a couple hours of Supreme Commander. But Spitalier in chat plays squads in Supreme Commander with friends and talks about it sometimes. So I was just kind of being like, yo, do you have any like advice on making that game run? I have this weird stuttering issue where like it runs just fine and then it's like, and then it just seizes up. If we could harvest salmon spawn, like if you could farm salmon, if you can, I don't know how. I know that you can like catch fish and then imprison them. That looks weird. That's like a separate water flow. Oh, is that just a murky pool? Okay, it's just a murky pool that's real close. Well, I've already lost my embark. There it is. This is a big spot. Yeah, that's what we have. Does not like the port connection as with so many other games. Oh, interesting. Huh. I mean, we'll need to make sure it works and whatnot, but yeah, I don't know. I have some weird like stuttering issues that I need to sort out, I think. But yeah. Anyway, we need to figure out where we're gonna put a fort. We need to figure out where we are going to put a fort. Well, Windows 7 isn't exactly relevant to a Windows 10 user. I'll have to fiddle with my own issues. I'll figure it out. I was just wondering if there was like any performance mods or anything specifically that people used. I've seen a couple like graphics card fixes for modern cards and stuff. I'll fiddle around with it, make it work. Why not use an emulator? Because you're silly. Why would you use an emulator when you could just run a game that runs? Yes, that does sound silly. Living in Arabic countries will do that to you, Infinity. I'm gonna give our animal caretaker carpentry and woodcutting. Just to be totally clear, when something runs natively on an OS, I will literally never run it in an emulator. Why the fuck would I do that? I will mod it until it works on the OS that I'm using. Anything else is just a waste of my time. All right, let's just hack down a bunch of trees. And then we're going to start digging. Hello, Fluffy. We have a couple bunnies. Just a couple. Because 'tis the season to have lots of bunnies. Yeah, but you're also crazy, and I'm not. So you can go do your crazy shit in emulators and other things and other dumb shit, and I will just, you know, run an OS like a normal person does. I use this OS so that I don't need to do that kind of stuff. Because, like, I just have no interest in doing that kind of shit. Fuck that. I've certainly had my times of, like, running virtual machines and shit. You know, it's funny because people are just like, man, why do you use Windows 10 and all those other questions? And why don't you use Linux? Linux is better. And then I spent hours dual booting Windows and trying to fix my boot manager. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly why I don't. Onto your system with the DX installation. The DX from Forge Alliance is broken with a... Okay, see, that's the kind of information that can help. Although I am using Forge Alliance forever, so I'll look into it. I'll try uninstalling and reinstalling. stack the installs correctly. I'll just uninstall the whole thing and then install the original first. I'm just gonna say this is what Linux users will tell me on a frequent basis. They're just like, "Hey, why don't you just use Linux?" And then the next day, the same person will be bitching about something in Linux, and I'll be like, "Well, found out why I don't use Linux." Sturgeon is fighting with a sea lamprey. The sea lamprey slaps the sturgeon in the dorsal fin with its tail, lightly tapping the target. The sturgeon attacks the sea lamprey, but he jumps away. The sea lamprey attacks the sturgeon, but he jumps away. This game is wonderful. This is the best game ever made. Why does anybody play any other games? It's because more people use Windows. But, like, here's the thing. I have not had to fix a problem with Windows since I installed Windows 10. Every so often, they'll reset my audio drivers, but that's about as hard as unplugging and plugging back in my audio devices, which is not hard to fix. So. Also, I have a weird audio setup. I have 4 audio devices connected to my computer. Record player connected to my computer. My computer's connected back to the same audio devices. Just anytime they complain about problems, say, look, Linux is clearly too complicated for you, install Windows and it'll go away. Yeah. Although that's just mean. Yeah, so that's kind of unfair because, like, I mean, obviously you're going to be constantly fixing Windows 10 for, like, incompetent computer users, right? I think about it this way, right? Linux is like the person who wants to spend a lot of time fixing and fiddling with their car, but with computers. No interest in that. I know what I'm doing, and I have no desire to fuck with Linux. I've done that song and dance. I've done that shit with Ubuntu. I've done that shit with Arch Linux, and it's like, no, it's not worth the work. It's just not worth it. I read that as the name of an F1 team, not what it was supposed to be read as, and it confused me for a second there, Freskins. Putting all of that wood away. Anybody doing any shit for the long weekend? Over here, we've got the most infections for the pandemic since the original, or since the last big uptick in cases, which was like the holiday season, Christmas area. Taxes. I did my taxes and paid my taxes. Wasn't cheap, but we good. Tried to make my... Wait, what? Like as in the board game? Which rule set, if I can ask? Or are we talking like Windows pack-in Mahjong where it's just like, match the tiles? It's like, that's not how Mahjong works. What? That seems frustrating as all hell, Spitalier. The 4-player game? Okay, so not the Match the Tiles game. Is this like a programming challenge that you were given, or is this just something that you decided to do for funsies? All right, so I need somewhere for my dwarves to sleep. So let's get some beds set up. Just for funsie? Die. It's like when exclamation point Sudoku in the chat gives you a randomly generated Sudoku puzzle link, right? And I want to say it was Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap. It was just like, or somebody else, somebody in chat here was all like, yo, I'm gonna I'm just gonna like make a bot that solves this for me. Somebody made a bot that solved it for him. You will have a fire outside this evening, and then tomorrow your wife made 4 lasagnas. Ooh, 3 for freezing. It's just 1 lasagna each. You each get a lasagna. Hey, spring has arrived. It's actually springtime this time. 369. Good year. I'm using a more recent version of that one. The more recent version is up on Discord, though. Crazy weird. So if you want this exact one, there are some slight differences in the walls. That one there is the one that I use for Long Death, specifically. This one also has some slight changes to the way the military dwarves look and the way the dwarves look. But that's the one for Long Death, because people ask about that one way more, which is why it's the one that's linked. Although technically that's also a link coming from the Discord. Your master's research? Procrastination persists, yeah. I mean, don't get in trouble. Probably also need some nest boxes. All right. Not entirely certain how I'm going to do this. Wonder if anything else has wandered on. Ooh, that's a lot of dingoes. Dingoes are going to come and eat my bunnies. Mark my words. They're pretty far away from us, though. They are pretty far away from us. Hopefully we won't need to deal with them. I guess my only real annoyance when it comes to people who their reasoning for everything about fixing computers is, oh, just use Linux and everything will work fine, is the reality that all computers are just kind of fucking busted. Doesn't matter what OS you're using. That is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to pen pastor. Which is why I work firmly with the notion that there are no good OSs and all OSs suck. They just suck for completely different reasons. There's lots of people in the past who've just said, oh, just use Linux. Doesn't fix my problem. It's like, I'm aware Windows has issues. It's like, it's certainly not a perfect OS, but neither is any form of Linux. Neither is Mac OS. That is a lot of rain. All those little speckles that are happening on the sand is rain. Just use DOS. Did you type in a long thing? Because to me, you just kind of said, and that's the main problem, Tygo. Unless you were like agreeing with something else that was said. I feel like I missed a line of text somewhere. So all my rabbits are bunnies still. They're still baby wabbits. So it'll take a little bit for them to grow up. It's going to take so long for all these dwarves to remove all these fucking bunnies. Oh, there's so... Oh, right. I was going to make them all available as pets. Happy Easter. Do you guys think that anybody's going to claim these bunnies as pets? Oh shit, one of them grew up already. That was fast. Don't play Dwarf Fortress like this, by the way. Just don't do it. Conveniently ignoring the years they spent learning Windows? I mean, isn't that just how people learn anything? Why are the lampreys fighting with sturgeons? Slaps the sturgeon's dorsal fin with its tail, lightly tapping the target. The sea... Oh, wait, this was like last year. The sea lamprey slaps the sturgeon in the right fin with its tail, lightly tapping the target. It's like they're just like fucking around in the water. They're just like, eh. Eh. I mean, I've always said this. If you're a programmer, use Linux. If you're an audio engineer and designer, use Windows, maybe Mac, depending on what software you're using. If you're playing games, probably use Windows. If you're using a lot of like just general productivity software, Windows or Linux is fine. If you're editing film or 3D rendering shit, use a fucking Mac. If you're doing any visual design stuff, you use a fucking Mac. That's what I've always said. Just do that. They kind of have their uses and their specialties. If you're trying to run a server, use Linux. Yeah, exactly. If you work as a server terminal in space, use Linux. Precisely. Like they all kind of have their uses. They all have their benefits. Use the software that's suited for your task. Yeah, weird, right? But like whenever I see people saying it's like, yeah, I'm gaming on a Mac, unless it's like I'm a broke student and this is what I need for work, I kind of just squint. It's like, why do you hate yourself? It's like I get it, but like also, why do you hate yourself? But yeah, not everybody can afford two computers, one for pleasure and one for work. So it's not entirely a reasonable ask, but it is just kind of funny to me when I see people who are just like trying to do this. Why anyone broke would get a Mac? No, getting the Mac is what made you broke. You know, it's just like you might be a broke student, you still need textbooks, right? If you need a Mac to do your homework, then like you're just kind of SOL at that point. And I've definitely known people who are in that boat. All right, let's see if any dwarves have claimed them. Monkeys! Monkeys seems to like bunnies. Monkeys has 1, 2, 3, 4 pet bunnies. Excellent. Excellent. And let's see if he's got any good thoughts out of this yet. Satisfied at work, fondness, remembering talking with a friend, affection after interacting with a pet, felt affection after adopting a new pet, felt fondness after talking with a friend. Faithful worshiper of Lun, who is a god that is associated with laws and weather, the most popular god of this faction. It's because less people use the OS. I mean, it's just like me trying to find guides for obscure roguelikes that 10 people play. You know, it's like, well, shit, I guess I need to write the guide. Shit, I need to write the guide problem. Best of luck. Be safe. Don't trip on the way back. Diamond. Have new bunnies been born since I started doing this? No, okay. I was gonna say, are they not? Are they? Maybe they're just drinking. Come on, guys. There you go. Get those bunnies hauled. Come on. I think it's taken us like a month to pen and pasture all of these bunny rabbits. I haven't made the chickens available as pets yet, though. So there is that. Your last wiki edit was for Phoenix Point because the information there was all from pre-beta. Oh, no. Yeah, I haven't been in that situation. You ready? Oh, you had an idea of making a glass dome? I think priority number 1 should be getting a place for our dwarves to stay. And maybe. I mean, we could totally do that. But there is also shallow metals here. So I kind of just want to get our dwarves situated first before I worry about that. Not a bad idea, though. We do have, like, not like it's not heavily forested. Like, it's certainly sparse trees. Certainly sparse trees. But I could probably do something with this. Probably do something with it. But like I said, I think priority number 1 should just be let's get underground and just, you know, get somewhere for our dwarves to live, I guess, first and foremost. Get somewhere for our dwarves to live. But there's also, like, light aquifers everywhere, so we need to figure out where the aquifer is. That's also going to be an issue. It's not a bad idea, though. I quite like the idea of a glass dome for bunnies. It's festive in a weird way. This is where I'm gonna do our trading. So I'll dig this whole area out real nice. And we'll have to, like, seal the walls in with something once we get stone. Where you get sand from the top with minecarts to the magma smelters, but your best iteration ended with your dwarves carrying the sandbag to fill the minecarts up and down again. Yeah, I have multiple dreams about minecarts, but I feel like they never end as well as I'd want them to. Let's find that that light aquifer, shall we? We're not going super deep. Just gonna dig down until I hit that aquifer. Oh, that was quick. Found it. Found the aquifer. Well, it looks like they went through one layer of this and then down into here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I want that button. Let's get all those mined out and then around the edge here. We'll fill that in. I don't know how big this aquifer is. It's probably not too big, though. Although I think that sand is also aquifer, so... yeah. Sand beneath it is also aquifer. There's yellow sand further down. So not only do we have sand, we also have yellow sand. We have white sand and yellow sand. 2 kinds of sand. See if there are any more animals that have wandered on. Just wild boars again? One thing I really like about large maps is the varieties of different creatures you have wandering on and off the fort. Sounded like someone just dropped a pot upstairs. I think it's like a family that lives above me now because like the weirdest sounds come from up there. It's like weird thumping. It's like kid playing with something and then like I think I just heard like a metal spoon fall. You know what I mean? It sounds like there's children up there is what I'm saying. That are like very clumsy roommates. One of the two. I'm assuming it's children. On the regular for chutes, getting wood carried on the surface to the chute, which drops it. Oh, so they put it in the minecart and then it just chucks it over the edge? It's always satisfying to build. Yeah, I need to get more used to doing that stuff quickly because like I can do it, but it's not worth the fiddling right now for me. There we go. All right, so... wait, what's this? Rough chalk. Is there actually an... can aquifers be in chalk? I mean, I guess so. You didn't trip? Well, that's good. All right, well then it must have just been the water falling down then. Can't even see it flickering there. Even though the jobs have been assigned. I don't really want to build the fortress in chalk though. That's what I thought, yeah. I thought it was a stone. So we'll dig through the chalk and we'll build our fort there, wherever there is. And that'll be our basic living space. Limestone is also a flux, I think, yeah? Sounds right. Okay, that's just because of the water above it. Oops, those are upstairs, not downstairs. There we go. So let's see what we get down to. You like limestone? Why is that? In real life, I like soapstone. Hmm. I'm actually gonna get this down another layer. Oh, I see. You're saying that the dwarf likes limestone. I getcha. Does anyone know if you have to be transformed into a werebeast to spread the werebeast infection? You were inspired by the new Quick Smash video and you're inspired to make an elven were-elephant outbreak in adventure mode. No, you just need to bite somebody. I don't think it matters, does it? Spread the infection? You might have to be a werebeast. I've never actually thought about it, actually. That's something I would immediately go consult the wiki on. I'm assuming it don't matter, but I would assume it probably would matter. Yeah, you want to do the murdering stuff when you're transformed. It spreads through blood, doesn't it? Like it does the vampire thing too. Speaking of bunnies, how many of them are pets? Only 4, and it's only monkeys who's claimed them. Okay. Yeah, I haven't watched the most recent thing that Krug's done. That's what I'm looking for. We found Cobaltite, Dendritic, Ogate, and Tetrahedrite. Good shit. All right, sweet. Now we got somewhere to live. Found gems and multiple different pieces of Tetrahedrite. Good stuff. Now the question of how do I dig this area out? This is why I brought a lot of miners to get this stuff done quickly. Because they're stuck here, right? Also, elven were-elephants? That's terrifying. Why were-elephants specifically? Is that what Krugs does in the video? I have, like I said, I've been behind. I've only been watching the short fort stuff that he's done. I kind of lost the thread on the longer series stuff once, unless that's what he's doing. I don't know. I haven't watched the most recent video, but unless that's what he's doing with the short fort stuff, because I lost the thread around Christmas. The Splatterface tournament just kind of made me lose track of what was going on, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to like take a break from the longer series and watch other things. I mean, that's why Dwarf Fortress is so appealing, right? It's because it's wacky as all shit. All right, that'll be the initial, like, area that I'm going to dig out. This will give us plenty of space for everything that we need. Plenty of space. Next thing you know, you're milking birds for cheese. Are there milkable birds? I've seen the first episode of that water fort. I need to watch the rest of them, though. Sweet. Tetrahedrite. Badger is fighting with a fish? Nope, never mind. It just got mad for no reason. Watchful Eyes is the one that I kind of fell off of. Watchful Eyes is the one that I kind of fell off of. Either that or Krug got a weird bug. Which series are you talking about? Because people might not want spoilers, Skizmo. People may not like spoilers. There's a lot of weird bugs in adventure mode with that stuff, though. Like, for example, goblins will murder their own trolls because trolls can't respond when the goblins ask them who they are. Goblins ask them who they are, the trolls go, "Rrr," and then the goblins just attack them because they don't trust them. Okay, well then you're spoiling me things now. So that's what you are spoiling, is you're spoiling the stuff that I haven't seen yet. Cool. Awesome. Thanks. You had a goblin werebeast attack your temple that was never attacked never attacked anyone, just stood between 30 people, all kinds of races in the faction. I've seen like weird AI bugs where like were creatures will just like go stand outside and not actually go after anybody. I think they just get analysis paralysis or something. Like they just get stuck somewhere and then don't move. Yeah, no, I don't think they do anything when they bite people in normal form. You have to be enraged to actually spread the infection. Although if you just gut yourself and get stuck on a spike and do the good old-fashioned give everybody water trick, that works. But I'm pretty sure that when they're in normal form, they are harmless. It's all good. Just think about what you're doing, and not everybody gets caught up on stuff, right? Not everybody has the opportunity to, like, watch the most recent of everything, so you could very easily indirectly spoil stuff. Just keep that in mind when you're jumping from place to place and yelling about things that you've watched. Just keep that in mind. This dwarf up here is just making beds. How are we doing for wild animals? Just badgers, sea lampreys, and other things. Eventually, a goblin monster hunter visited and killed them when they were in elf form. That is bizarre. Like, if somebody in my fortress turned into a were creature and didn't attack anybody, the second it transformed back, you bet your ass I would gut that thing into 1,000 pieces. Like, that thing would immediately become a fine red paste on the floor. Doesn't matter who it is. Let's just give these dwarves some beds. I have them constructed. Might as well get them placed. I've never been a werebeast in adventure mode. You'd have to ask somebody who knows. I'm not the best person for adventure mode stuff because I mostly play fortress mode. Like, I play a little bit of adventure mode, but not much. Their sermons don't have to be on their god's spheres. Well, I mean, you do realize that sermons are more just like public PSAs and mental health awareness, like storytelling, less of a, yo, this is exactly what your god does. Like, the priests often speak in metaphor and other things in real life anyway. It's less of a, this is the exact word of the god. It's more of a, here's what we should be doing in the town. So yeah, that kind of makes sense. Never been to a church or other such things. I wouldn't bother. It's kind of a waste of time. But as somebody who spent quite a bit of time in various churches throughout my life, most sermons will reference a god or a godlike figure, but a lot of the time it's just a, hey, let's just talk about life events and how we can deal with them. It's like a group therapy session. All right, dormitory. There we go. Sup, audio? Hubby thing. Zycrom, what up?
One half a year, how time flies, eh?
Hey, who was the asshole who gave Time wings? God damn it. Time, stop drinking Red Bull. Thanks for the 6 months. Raise a cup of coffee to that. Welcome back. Fruit flies like a banana? Bananas fly? Today I learned. Well, I guess it'll fly as far as I can throw it. For the first time in months, and within a year, you got a raid of 20 zombies? Ugh. Must have been close to a, was it actually like a Vile Force of Darkness arrives notification? Or was it like a, the dead walk, hide while you still can? Which notification did you get? So it was a Vile Force of Darkness has arrived then? Because that's just a raid. Because the different like raid notices are the dead walk, hide while you still can. That's not a raid. That's just a group of undead just happened upon your fort. I think they're like nailing something to a wall up there. Do you guys hear that in the background when I'm talking? Whatever they're nailing to a wall, I hope they stop. Fuck off, please. It's literally the people above me hammering something. I don't know. Hopefully each other so that it's quieter up there. That or just someone... Yeah, it's picking up on the microphone straight up. Sounds like they're sawing wood. No, it's definitely hitting something against the wall. I don't know how it's coming across, but they're definitely hitting something. It's not on the floor. It's definitely on the wall. The floor wouldn't echo like that. And based on where they... Like, I've been in the apartments above me. I know what the layouts are. It's definitely like the center wall. Because they have 2 rooms up there. Those are the bigger apartments, so they have 2 rooms. 3 rooms, I think. They also have a den. It's like bedroom and a den and a living area. So there's a wall right there, and they're like... Anyway. They're next to the wall. For the loudness battles. They're putting together a new speaker system they bought. I'll have you know I won yesterday. Don't make me pull out the big guns. If they make me pull out the big guns, then they will regret their words and deeds. The big guns is when I just find the loudest, most obnoxious Japanese pornography I can find and crank that shit on the speaker system. That's the big guns. I did that. I've done that once before in my life. I did that in the first apartment that I lived in where the ceiling caved in. I just put that on and just cranked it and left for like a day and came back. I don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. It's not very distracting. That's good. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it'll stop. They're just nailing something to a wall probably. Or hanging a picture frame or something is what it sounded like. In sound foam for the ceiling, that's not how sound foam works. Sound foam stops sound from bouncing off of walls. It doesn't actually stop sound from traveling through walls. So it removes echo. It doesn't besides, I've floored the ceiling all the way across 2 walls right now. Like I don't really want to hang more stuff on the walls if I can avoid it. A dancer showed up to visit your tavern, transform, did nothing, transform back. I feel like I've seen that before, but what I think it actually is, this is my theory, right? So dwarves have a dancing pattern animation that they go into, right? And then they have like same with like the study pattern where like they'll stay there and the dwarf will do a thing and they'll gain a mood and then they'll stop doing the thing and they'll go do something else. So it's like studying, dancing, singing. They're all kind of the same thing where they're all doing an activity. They get a thought out of it, they get a mood, and then they move on. If it's possible for a dwarf to tantrum and just instead of starting a fist fight or attacking somebody or breaking a table or whatever they would do on a tantrum, they just like snap between different passive activities. So like I'll see this happen in like scholars a lot where they'll be in the library and they'll be reading something or pondering something and then they'll tantrum, and instead of like running around and breaking shit like they would, they'll just sit there and tantrum in place and swap between pondering, writing, reading, pondering, writing, reading, pondering, writing, reading. So what might happen, because like you don't actually see active jobs listed on were creatures, what might happen in my brain here is potentially, because I've seen this happen with dancers where they'll tantrum and just switch between singing, dancing, performing, singing, dancing, performing, socializing, singing, dancing, they'll just spam through those really fast and not actually do anything of harm. They'll just sit there and do that for a little bit on their own and then go be sad afterwards. I wonder if it's the same for were creatures where they will go in, like the moon will flip, they'll go full, they'll become a were creature, and instead of like pathing to attack somebody, they'll just jump between the jobs that they were already doing and focus on those entirely. Only scholars would anger ponder. Research! Could do your second wall ceiling on the top cap and put a second sound foam with the wobbly side towards the ceiling of the wall. You know what? This is just starting to sound like fire hazards more than anything. You're probably onto something there, Infinity, but also like, yeah, no, not worth it. Yeah, no, not worth it. Like, they do make noises up there, but they're not annoying enough to actually be worth doing something like that, I don't think. How often does the full moon happen in Dwarf Fortress? Every 30 days. The end of every month. Also, I don't really want to go hanging stuff on the ceiling because whenever I do decide to move out of this apartment, even though that probably won't be for a long time, I will eventually have to pay probably a bunch of damage fees for the damage that my ex's cats did to this place. I'd rather not like have to replace ceiling because there's holes in them or adhesive stuck to them or any of that shit, so. I'm already in a situation where I'm like, I think I'm just going to get my landlord to repaint the place and pay for it myself this summer, assuming they renew my lease for another year, which I don't see why they wouldn't. I mean, if I owned the place, like if I owned this apartment, fuck yeah, you bet that I would have sound foam on the ceiling. Infinity. Absolutely. Fuck yeah, you bet that I would have sound foam on the ceiling. Fuck what anybody has to say about it, but I don't own this apartment, so. I mean, end goal is to have a house with a basement, right? Change the way mithril spawns, and now it's ore called mithrite. Spawns in gem clusters. Ooh, that gives small amounts of mithrite, which is used to make mithril the alloy, or veins and marble deposits to make it a bit more balanced, considering it's almost on par with adamantine. Now, you know what you really need to do? You need to have a alloy that you make from mithril and adamantine. Like, you take the strands and then the mithril ore, and then you can smelt it together to make something else. That's what you need. Maybe, like, rune or something. And then just have, like, RuneScape dwarfs. That's what you need to do. That's what human brains are good at, though. And that's not a bad thing, Infinity. That is not a bad thing. It's always taken a while to get moved out here, but trust me, it's worth it. Also, it feels real warm. This apartment has enough trouble with ventilation already. I don't need more things to keep heat in here. Ugh. Yuck. Although foam bricks to stop outside sounds already exist. Red flash opals. Man, we've got a lot of really precious gems out here. I haven't found any precious fire opals or anything real nice yet, but still. Let's make 2 mason shops, and I will assign 2 dwarves as masons. We'll just get them making tables and chairs and all of that stuff. Also, who's the expedition leader? Crazy Beard's the expedition leader. Occasionally overindulges and isn't particularly ambitious. Not the one I thought I would get it. Already got into an argument. Feels relieved after being near a waterfall. Did you run into the ocean spray or something? Huh. Embarrassed after sleeping without a proper room. Well, I mean, we're working on that. We're working on that. We'll get you proper bedrooms. Although, firstly, we need to make sure that our bunny rabbits are safe. Wait, what was that? Oh, need empty bucket. Well, that I can solve. Let's just make some buckets, some splints, and some crutches. Oh, also, the real question mark thing is going to be, is not where do the migrants come from? It's where do the traders come from when you're on an island like this? That's the part that's real weird. Yes, but also is not good for you if you inhale it. So you put glass wool into your walls, not outside of your walls, because it releases microscopic glass particles into the air around it. You shouldn't touch it, you shouldn't irritate it, and you shouldn't be in a room and breathing it because it's not good for you. It's one of those things where it's like, yes, but you really don't want to be in a room with a lot of glass wool. That's how you soundproof your walls. You put glass wool into your walls. And there probably is glass wool in the walls because this building is really well. This building is really well insulated already. Because like I've been in buildings that are not well insulated with people as loud as the people above me, and they're like, it's insufferable. But like I only hear them when like they're stomping around or like banging on walls. I can't hear them the rest of the time, so it's fine. Or like when they're playing really loud bassy music or watching a loud movie late at night, then I can kind of hear them through the walls, and it very rarely picks up on the microphone. I think like that's the first time. If you stuff it under the fake ceiling, I don't own this apartment. In theory, yes, these are things that you could do. I don't own this apartment. I can't do that. It's not an option. It's not an option. None of these things that you are suggesting are options because I can't do things like that. I can't. Also, Belug, one of the other poor expedition dwarves who was out on the sea with us, washed up along the shore. So hello, Belug, and Stone, and Cyrolac, 3 dwarves from previous forts, because most of the dwarves in this faction are already named. Vinsati is here. Who else is here? Oh, someone who isn't named. Look at that. They actually generated someone for us. No, it's Rabbit Attack. Come on, get it right. Does anybody want a name? I think Tygo wanted a name earlier. But we got Carpenter, an engraver and a mason, and a stonecrafter. Tygo is a worshiper of Atir, the aquamarine gem of saffron. Do I know that one? Associated with jewels, takes the form of a male dwarf. Okay, I don't believe I know that one. Personally sees perseverance in the face of adversity as bullheaded and foolish. Sees war as a useful means to an end and doesn't really see the point in working hard and doesn't care about fairness. Dreams of creating a masterwork someday. Actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. And feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. They're hammering again. They only just moved in like a couple of weeks ago. So they're probably just putting stuff up on the walls or building furniture or something. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and can sometimes act without deliberation. That is impressive that it's picking up on the microphone, though. It's very impressive. She has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. Isn't particularly curious about the world and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Yeah, so it's like there's a lot of ways that I could soundproof this apartment. But I guess I just can't stress this enough that I don't own this apartment. So, yes, there are ways I could soundproof this apartment. Most of them are not options because I do not own this apartment. If I owned this apartment, then I absolutely would. Yeah, you definitely have a name in this faction. You definitely do. In fact, most people probably have multiples. That being said, this is getting kind of aggravating. As hard as I'm attempting to just not be bothered by them stomping on that shit, yeah, it's getting kind of annoying. I could crank up my noise filter. I don't have a shotgun mic, period. Like, I just don't own one. Is that a way I could fix that? No. Would I have to buy a microphone? Yes. Is it worth the investment? Probably not. You know what is worth the investment, though, is if this continues for more than a day, complaining to my landlord and getting them fined. That is worth my investment and time. So if they are a problem, I will, if it continues to be a problem and is a nonstop problem for an extended period of time, you bet your ass I bitch. You bet your ass I bitch. So that'll be something they bring upon themselves if that is the case. But currently, yeah, that's fucking obnoxious. If there wasn't a pandemic, I'd just go bonk on their door and be like, oi, I work from home. Can you fucking stop? Now it sounds like they're hitting the floor. They're definitely not hitting a wall anymore, which is why I got louder. You don't hear a thing? Well, some people can. I'm still kind of in the it's not annoying mode, which is generally a good thing. Trust me, it's way louder for me than it is for you guys. Generally, my filter would just remove most of that stuff, but you know, some instance, like not everything is perfect, right? It's a weird place to get a boulder from. Okay, so this one on the end here, I'm going to make tables and chairs and stuff out of. Tavern is going to go back here. One fun thing about rebuilding this fort is pretty quick. We're like not going to need to bring any dwarves with. This will be our tavern / temple. I'm just going to put them both into one area. It's kind of similar to the in-game sounds anyway. How is that game? You enjoying it? I know some people were kind of disappointed with it, but for the majority of people who played that thing seem to really like it, which is nice to see. Yeah, this is going to be tavern, temple, and maybe library all kind of just in one big room. So far decent? Gotcha. I know that, yeah, most of the people I know who played it seem to really like it, so that's good to see. It's nice to hear that people like their games. Go big or go home taverns, absolutely, yeah. Oh, yeah. I like my big rooms in Dwarf. Anybody who watches me play Dwarf knows that I like my big rooms. Go dwarves, do it! Get them done! I got 3 dwarves working on those things. I'm gonna need some wheelbarrows pretty soon, I think. Getting some wheelbarrows done. Temple and tavern first. Kind of half expecting to hit a cavern layer because we are in -15. We are on -15, so. I feel bad for anybody who, pre-ordered Outriders and were planning to play that game on day one because those servers are supposedly a clusterfuck right now. That just sucks. Has some weird mechanics like enemy agents killing my minion and then getting suspicious after seeing a dead body of the minion he just killed, and agents randomly spawning in the middle of the base isn't really fun either. Oh, that sucks. That seems kind of more like a problem of the genre though necessarily than game design, but because you've overhyped it for yourself. I know that I wouldn't like it because everybody that I know is like stating that it's secret. It's like 2 Point Hospital, but secret agents. And I'm like, well, I found 2 Point Hospital to be really dull, so I don't think I would like this. Yeah, but you'd think that people would have figured out how to launch a multiplayer game. You know what I mean? Like, of course, multiplayer games are going to have hitches on day one, right? But like, we've been doing this for a couple of years now. You'd think that people would have figured out how to do it, you know? Like, I guess I'm just still surprised that it's still a problem more than anything. Yes, but Square Enix has launched many multiplayer games in the past. I mean, personally, I wouldn't plan to play a game like that until it's been out for a week, but Square is just a publisher? Sure, but you'd think that Square would hook their studios up with the correct tools to complete the task that they have been assigned to complete. You'd think. Or they'd hire people who know. But I don't know. On the positive side of meh, gameplay wise, but at that point, de novo inclusion is just is a deciding factor. Yeah, I don't know where I stand on de novo these days. I hate it. Like I fucking hate it, but I get why it's there. One thing that I always found kind of fun. Okay, so taking back the curtain a little bit, a while ago there was someone who worked very heavily on the open source Roller Coaster Tycoon and more or less single-handedly built and designed multiplayer structure for that game and made it work. And I remember something. I remember I can't remember what game we were talking about. We were talking about a game having de novo that was like breaking its frame rate. It was like a little puzzle. Started with an R, a little puzzle game. I want to say it was by Tequila Works. I can't remember the name of the actual game. But anyway, there was a game that I wanted to play at the time that was like completely busted up by de novo. We're all just sitting there talking. And after the conversation ended, the guy who built the multiplayer structure for Open RCT pops in and was just talking and mentioned that he worked in the adjacent to the games industry. And I was like, well, can I ask where you work? And he's like, well, he's like, I can't say directly, but I can give you a hint. I work for one of the most hated companies in gaming that isn't EA Games. I'm like, you don't work for de novo, do you? He's like, can't say that where I work, but I work for the most hated company outside of games. Outside of EA Games. I'm just like, yep. All right. So I know one of the founders of de novo. I'll say this. I prefer de novo over what Riot Games uses. De novo is less intrusive than those like kernel level anti-cheat systems, but oh, it's all good, cutest. Don't worry. I just think it's kind of funny. Yeah, I know one of the founders of de novo. I won't out what his Twitch name is, but he doesn't come around the stream these days much. Well, it's like Blizz Activision, Epic Games, and EA Games all kind of shift. But for a little bit of clarity, this was around the time Battlefront 1 was launching? No, this was around the time Battlefront... at least it's not quite a rootkit. Exactly, there you go. This was around the time Battlefront 2 was launching, I think. So at the time, they were definitely one of the most hated companies in games. But yeah, at least it doesn't feel like I've been like completely rooted. You know, like it could be worse. It could be like compromising all of my security instead it just compromises some of my security. Let's make a farm plot. Although, you know what? Instead of farming, chat, should we Oh no, I completely agree with that, Taigo. I completely agree with that. I don't like Denuvo, and I try and avoid playing games that have them, but it's one of those like I'll play a game with Denuvo. Like there are games that I will play with Denuvo. And I've played games with Denuvo. Did I just enable the forbidden setting? I don't think so. What? Oh, yeah, I did. Huh, you're right. Also, General Grub, we're going to give you farming fields. I mean, maybe you wanted some fresh air. I don't know if that's necessarily degrading your level of competence. Just gonna make a seed stockpile real quick. Getting food production up and running. The dwarves refuse to use the logs that are around to make wood blocks. In the orders screen, if you hit O, do you have dwarves ignore wood triggered, which is the W option that I'm spamming right now? Because if you have dwarves ignore wood, they will not gather or make anything out of wood. I wonder if that works for artifacts, actually. Question mark. But yeah, no, I'll be honest. It's part of the reason I kind of gained some respect for id Software when they released Doom with a rootkit fucking anti-cheat system in it, Doom Eternal. And everybody was like, what the fuck? And then they removed it the next day. Kind of, like, I guess it's just damage control, but also like, it sucks that you did that, but good on you for removing it, I guess. Horny dwarf? Well, shit. I mean, they're hauling the plump helmet spawn. That's why you have no plump helmet spawn. Game. Well, rabbits are growing up. Oh, shit. I like how there's just more rabbits showing up. This truly is Rabbit Island. I have my, like, 40-something rabbits that haven't quite started breeding yet, but there's also just wild rabbits around. This Rabbit Island theme is working perfectly, as intended, I think. The dwarves aren't doing anything. You got something messed up. Are they stuck in a burrow? I'm trying to think of other things that could be wrong. It sounds like you got something borked. That's probably fixable. That is to say you're going to bed. You have a good night's sleep, Stone. You have a good night's sleep. This is a fresh fortress. Yeah, but you can have default settings tripped. The game remembers your settings from fortress to fortress in some instances for certain settings. How are the chicken coops coming along? Getting Dwarven coops set up first. One coop at a time. Dumb question. You do have jobs assigned, right? Like... Dumb question, I know, but like, you do have jobs assigned, right? Now it's somehow fine. Maybe they were all just socializing and relaxing in your tavern or something. Glad it's fine, though. Clearly, you're just an impatient dwarven dictator. Gotta give your dwarves a break every now and again. Chat, we're imagining we are on a desert island all alone. Do I trade? I don't know. I'm just guessing at this point, Dwarven. Do I trade with people who show up to trade when we are abandoned on an island? If traders show up. Because we are on this island here, which I should screenshot. They're still hammering. Aren't you sufficiently hammered yet? I hope that their interior decorating is going well up there. Maybe a tidal metal bridge. But then we're not very, you know, abandoned on an island, are we? A fish cleaner just drowned? You fucked up, my dude. You fucked up. It's only as deadly as the player is bad. Yeah, exactly. Support comes next week in day 4. Yeah, I think I'm just not going to build a trading depot or trade. The joys of apartment living. I'm just like watching. Okay, now it's not picking up. I'm just like watching like my audio levels and just seeing it bounce up when they're hammering stuff. If there wasn't a pandemic going on, I would go up there and just knock on the door and be like, what the fuck? Maybe I'll just write a very rudely worded note and just leave it up there. Maybe I should hit the ceiling. I could definitely do that. Just take a broom and just smack the ceiling. Thunk, thunk. Stop. God, I don't even know. I haven't seen a dragon in this version of the game yet. Last version of the game, I saw a few dragons. Haven't started having baby wabbit yet. How are we doing on booze? Not bad. Could you move? They're not fucking. They're hitting something with a hammer. Unless that is, like, part of their mating ritual. That's not, like, I've definitely had neighbors that are real loud in bed. That's not what they're doing up there. They're hitting a blunt object with a blunt object. Or they're hitting, like, they're either hitting, like, 2 really big coconuts together, or they're hitting a wall with a hammer with a nail up on it, which is what it sounds like. It sounds like they're hanging stuff on walls, which means hopefully they'll be done at some point. Headbutting fetish? Damn, if your head's that big and that echoey when you hit your head against something, you need to fill it with more brain. Because hot damn. Also, there'd be more than just donk, 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 donk going on up there. Where do I put a kitchen? You desire the sleep. Well, I'm not very good at teaching you how to do that here, unfortunately. So my last neighbors abused their dog horribly. And during the day, I got to listen to a dog screaming. These people just hang stuff on their walls every day. There's also a bunch of people outside. What the fuck's going on today? I wouldn't say that. There's a difference between being dumb and forgetful. Infinity. Being forgetful is totally fine. It's been a long time since I've been this annoyed by neighbors. Like with the people that abuse their dog real badly, I wasn't even necessarily annoyed. I was more just concerned. This is just straight annoying. Just say that it's part of my noise. Annoying neighbors, I don't think, is a noise generator that mynoise.com has. I'm going to go out on a limb here. I don't think they have an annoying neighbors. They do have a calming office sounds one, but they don't have a annoying neighbors sounds. This is going to be our food storage and kitchens. Yeah, it doesn't make you stupid, though. Infinity. There's too much self-deprecation going on. Give yourself some compliments every now and again. Makes life easier. I have to go on another site for those kinds of neighbor sounds. I'm sure there's probably a noise generator somewhere on the... There's probably a YouTube video somewhere on the internet, which is 10 hours of annoying neighbors screaming at each other. I guarantee you that exists. Oh, no, I do. I very much do. I mean, here's the thing. Like, they don't generally make noises that bother me. You know, like, I don't mind people walking around. I don't mind kids running around. I don't mind any, like, sounds like that are just kind of unavoidable. Like, that's just part of living in an apartment, right? And that stuff is totally fine. Caravan leader and the outpost liaison have arrived. I'm just going to say that the outpost liaison is just somebody who... is also on the island communicating between the different lost souls on this island. And I'm not actually going to trade with the traders. Because it just doesn't make any sense in this fortress to trade with the trader. It's crazy. Excuse me. Jeez. Also, by the way, I should shout out once again just how awesome this ocean is. Look at this. It's like the Bay of Fundy. Utterly gorgeous. But yeah, no, I don't mind general moving in sounds. It's just if they continue outside of like the first month, at that point, then I start bitching. And I'm definitely the neighbor that will complain if you make noises. Is that rock crystal? No, it's rough milk quartz. There's so many gems here. Holy shit. That is definitely a positive. It'll be a negative as soon as you finish the bar, though. Also, the quote 174, I was playing Elite Dangerous, and I jumped from system to system and flew directly through a sun when I said, and just go fuck. I don't need to... I was literally just, like, jumping from system to system. I'm like, I don't need to think when I'm playing Elite. I just need to look up more and then say, fuck! Nom. Infinity. Yes, that is very true. Tygo, that is very true. Many people are mean to themselves and also assholes to themselves. There we go. Still got some alcohol left. My rabbits are growing up. Pretty small chocolate bar then. 100 grams is pretty reasonable for a chocolate bar. Pathetic. You could do better. You could do better. Get bigger chocolate. Those days of eating big chocolate bars for pleasure are behind me. I miss those days already. They're not even that far behind me. All right. Aztet. You can be our brewer. Oh, you finally found us. I am your liaison from the other side of the island. Let's discuss your situation. Did your supplies of rabbits make it to the shore? The world is the same as ever. We're on a tiny fucking island. What requests do you have of our merchants? Nothing. Remember, agreements strengthen bonds. Please consider an import agreement next year. Sure. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft store ship. We finalized the export agreement. Zon says, I'd look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together because we're all going to starve to death on this tiny desert island. Police Baton Edition is your girlfriend's favorite? I remember going on this flight. It was for kayaking. I can't remember where we were going, but I was in the airport with a bunch of athletes. And one of the guys like didn't sleep on any of the flights. And the first flight we got on was at like 2 o'clock in the morning. It was a red eye. And I don't think he slept the night before. And we arrived in our location and he'd been up for like 27 hours or something. And I remember him just getting off the plane and just walking up to one of the gift shops and just like reaching out and grabbing like one of those stupid fucking extra large massive Toblerones that are like this big around. And he just goes, I need this massive Toblerone. And he just like took it over to like the airport gift shop, put it next to the counter, and the lady brings him in, says, okay, there'll be X amount of money, and he pays for it, and he just takes it and just walks away going, Toblerone. And he just like sat there just like eating this massive Toblerone and fell asleep on the floor in the airport. That's what I think about when people talk about Toblerone. He ate the entirety of it. The thing was like, I don't know, half a meter long. It was huge. You could kill somebody with that thing. It's just like, I need this. I'm like, man, are you okay? He goes, no. I need some doors. You've done this for nearly 20 years, 500 grams a day at times. You know the feeling? That's not helpful. That's not healthy. Not helpful. It's not healthy. Hope that's a habit you're able to break one day. I mean, I'm still just like happy that I got to get a donut yesterday. Oh yay! Looks like Bellinair finally managed to play some Outriders. Yeah, I got to eat a donut yesterday because I went so low I couldn't feel my legs while I was out for a walk, which is bad, but yeah, no, same, absolutely same, Zanny. Just like that's my secret to like not overeating or getting unhealthy snacks is just do not purchase unhealthy snacks. Because otherwise, I know for fact I will eat all of it. Period. I wish I had more self-control for sweets, but I don't. I don't. The secret of how to play Outriders is to log in until it works. Log in until it works. Yeah, I don't know. Hope people enjoy that game. I used to really like People Can Fly. They used to be one of my favorite developers. But not in a long time has that been the case. You have weird relationships with sweets. You never quite crave them and you won't buy them because you don't want to. But if you end up somehow possessing the sweet, it's gone in an hour, regardless of size. I completely agree. Yeah, Taiga. I mean, back when I had a normal functioning body that could eat sweets, I would literally if on a holiday or a birthday or something, I would get chocolate, let's just say. Regardless of the size of the chocolate, it would all be completely consumed by the end of the first day of having it. And I don't know why. I would just sit like there was streams that I did in like 2018 and 2017 on Christmas Day where I would just like stream for 4 hours and in that period of 4 hours eat 4 boxes of chocolates. And just feel like garbage afterwards, and I'd love it, and I miss being able to do that. I have no idea, Zanny. I have no idea. The feeling I get about Outriders is it's kind of like do you like Borderlands? That's one of those. But I don't know. I'm not into that type of game anyway, so even if it was a good one of those, I wouldn't like it, so I'm a bad person to ask. I'm just happy that people who want to play that game get to play that game now. Here comes the food stuff slowly. Let's start setting up tables. I've got a bunch of tables. Oh, shit. I haven't made any thrones yet? Let's suspend that and then say, please make me some chairs. So awkward set of keys to hit with my hand. A and C. It's like pinky with the A and then C with the second finger. It's just move my hand. Hit it with better fingers. Could do it a lot faster. Also got to get some cups and mugs made. Also need those doors, but I think dwarves are making doors pretty soon. Need those tables done first. Why would a dwarf ever think that, though, Diamond? But no, I feel like the case with Outriders more than anything is it's the game that is out right now that is that style of game that will appeal to those people who like it. Those people who want a big multiplayer, let's play with my friends and go get loot game. The people who like that, who want that, are real enthused by those types of things. And those types of games don't come out every day, and there's nothing else big out right now. So all the people who are into big AAA releases and as well as all the people who want those types of multiplayer games are going to be all over that sort of stuff. Moldath, who I think was in the previous fort, was a legendary armorer. He's a member of the Willful Bunny and a former member of the Defended Dominion and a former member of the Hammer of Mechanisms. Okay, so this dwarf was in one of my previous fortresses. Godin, Sakul, a gem cutter. How you doing, stupid? It's good to see you. And a reindeer I will slaughter. Looks like it's just the 3 of them. We're up to 15 dwarves. Why can't pure alcohol grow from the ground? Because it would kill you. Get down up there? Oops. I'm assuming you guys can hear that. I don't know. It's pretty fucking loud. They're right above me now. Just think it's a woodpecker? A fucking big woodpecker. The difference with a woodpecker is I can enjoy nature, whereas this is just an annoying neighbor. At least, you know, they're doing it at like 12:30, well, 1 p.m. on a Saturday and not like, 4 in the morning on a Tuesday. Has incredibly good side lobe suppression. Can you speak English? I don't know what that means. I know quite a bit about audio gear. Don't know anything about the slang terms or like technical terms for anything. I know how they work and I know how to set them up. But like if you talk to me in audio gear sounds, I go, huh? You know what I mean? Don't know the jargon. I'm not good at that stuff. But if you're talking about like sideways suppression, yeah, the suppression's pretty good. The reason I upgraded to this microphone from the Blue Yeti is the Blue Yeti just picks up everything. Which, by the way, you can basically thank Spitalier for because 2020 New Year's, Spitalier more or less funded my audio setup, so. Otherwise, we just straight up wouldn't have this shit. New Year's into 2020, so 2019 into 2020. Before the world ended, and before my body stopped working. Yeah, and the company that sold it to me shut their doors permanently in that period of time, which is brilliant. Audio. Do I have any donation goals for the near future? Please help me pay my rent. I don't like having goals on the stream. Because I don't like to make the stream all about the money. In fact, I'm working towards trying to remove all of the goals on the stream. I used to have a permanent goal that would just sit right there. In fact, I could probably turn it on, but I don't really want to. I used to have donation goals and tip goals. All of my goals are on the Patreon. I want to get the Patreon up to $1,000 a month, and then I'll just shut all of the leaderboards and all of the goals off. But we're pretty far away from that. And I basically, it's just if you want to help fund me, everything goes towards the same thing, which is buying me groceries, helping my savings, and maybe one day moving out of an apartment where I don't need to listen to people banging on the walls with hammers in the mornings. I don't like making the stream all about money. A lot of channels promote and glorify the money, which is a very legitimate way to do things. It's a good way to make money as a streamer. Sometimes I'll talk about it and encourage it, but generally I feel that if you're giving me money, it's because you enjoy the broadcasts and just want to support me, not because there's some arbitrary goal on the stream, you know? I very early on streaming kind of made that decision, and mostly because I rapidly found it very difficult to watch channels that spend all of their time pointing at, here's my bits goal, here's my monthly top dono, here's the weekly top dono, here's the daily top dono, and my monthly rent goal. Please pay it. And then the second the monthly rent goal fills up, it's like, buy me a pizza. Like, I don't know. I'm just not into that shit. That kind of like, yo, let's just make this all about the money. I don't ever want my stream to be like that. I want my stream to just be, here's the stream. If you want to fund it, fund it. Which, by the way, the dumb way to run streams. If you want to make lots of money is have shit tons of goals and scream a lot about money. And also have lots of hype emotes and freak out whenever people tip you with anything and break down crying whenever people tip more than $5. And be super thankful and loud all the time about how glorious it is that people throw money at you, and shout out all of the stream advancements that you're putting the money towards, because all tips go towards improving the quality of the stream. Whereas then there's me where I'm just like, yeah, help me pay for fucking groceries. So I don't know. Tavern's coming along nicely though. Once I get these doors in place, we can actually like set it as a tavern. I'll put a temple over on the far right of it, and then we can start working on the surface. Haven't seen any real fun big animals, though. It's just been the dingoes. Not a temple. In tavern. There we go. The Fruit of Inks. That is an awful name. What if we called it the Treasury of Trumpets, the Urchin Wire, Hardy Tours, the Tressed Crypts, the Gate of Action, Gilded Ceiling, Abbey of Rhythm, Room of Connecting. I like that. The Room of Connecting. Dwarven social media. Also, the bot put a thing into the chat about a Halcyon Frequency Discord server. My team now has a Discord server that we are all kind of operating as a group. So if you kind of want myself and all of my teammates' stuff all in one place, you can find that via that Discord server. We're trying to grow it because that's where we're going to announce team-related events and anything specific to Halcyon Frequency as a unit instead of just us separately is going to kind of be run through that. It has been 30 seconds since I heard a hammer hit. Bless the neighbors. Also, I do have some unnamed dwarves if you would like to claim one chat room. Just keep that in mind. Let's jump up to the surface and make a bunch of barrels. Yeah, fucking drill sounds. You want to be a bearded short person. Let's see if I have a bearded short person. There's a bearded short person. Zycrum, the bearded short person. It's way too long of a title, but just for effectiveness, you know. I will describe you and tell you about how you think, Zycrom, and you can tell me how accurate this is. He feels satisfied at work, and within the last season, he felt satisfied remembering communing with Lun Stablerin, who is obviously the deity of the tool of twisting, takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with laws and weather, the most popular god in the universe in this faction anyway. And your wife is in the fortress named Goden. You are 68, almost 69 years old, born on the 24th of Slate in the year 301. His very long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is, of course, neatly combed, and his very long hair is braided. His gold eyes are sunken, and his nose is upturned. His eyebrows are quite dense, and his slightly flattened ears are somewhat short. His somewhat tall head is somewhat narrow, and his hair is flax. His skin is, of course, brown. Wrong already? You hate work? Well, I mean, you're satisfied at work. Doesn't say that you like work. After the nickname of your neighbor? I mean, I've never met my neighbor. I've actually only met one of my neighbors, and I lived here for 3 years before I met them. So, yeah. Oh, no, I actually, no, I know 2 of my neighbors now. But I lived here for 5 years before I met the second one. So, took another 2 years for me to introduce myself to a second one of my neighbors. Yeah, I know everybody in my building. Mm-hmm. You like Chalistonian glumprong wood, nautilus shell, and alpaca wool, giant vulture apartment and squares and shields, and splints and llamas for their wool. He personally views competition as a critical driving force in the world and doesn't care about nature one way or another and doesn't really see the value in merrymaking. Dreams of crafting a great work of art, and this dream was once realized. He is brave in the face of imminent danger. Brave? That's a word. Brave in the face of imminent danger and can sometimes act without deliberation. He is quick to anger. Frequently, he is a friendly individual, and he isn't given to flights of fancy. He tends to not often feel lustful, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings and urges. He thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and is curious and eager to learn. Isn't particularly ambitious, can handle stress, and becomes very rigid when he's angry. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Apart from the work thing, it was still pretty wrong. So so what you're saying is it is a one-to-one perfect description of Zycrom in real life. I refuse to believe anything else because Dwarf Fortress is nothing but fact. Hope you like your Dwarf. Also, if anybody wants to follow along with progress, screenshots in real time, ! Day for it in the chat, and you will get a link to a Google Doc. And in the Google Doc, go to the bottom of it and then go to the far right tab right there. Numbered week 9, where I am pasting screenshots one by one, slowly, from the fort. And yes, we have 1 billion bunnies, and the reason we have 1 billion bunnies is because Easter. So the head canon for this fort is they are here because they were washed at sea by a freak wave, and so we are stuck on this tiny little island. No idea how we got here, but we're here. And then next week I'm going to build a thing to save them down there. You mind, neighbors, please. I really want to pull an Admiral Baru and just buy the apartment from above me, because that's Admiral Baru, the streamer, bought the apartment above him. No, that was me hitting my desk. Bought the apartment above him and moves into it, so he sleeps up there and lives in the apartment down below. So it's like. And instead of just like buying a house, just buy the apartment that the noisy neighbors live in and live in both. Prosectional, what's up? It's good to see you. Cheers. How's things? With glass wool? Nah, like have place for sleep and have place for work. There you go. Who needs an office when you just own 2 apartments? This commute must be a nightmare. Yeah, walks up a whole flight of stairs. It's longer than my commute, man. Although, I'll be honest, if I ever, like, moved into a place where it was big enough where I couldn't see all of the rooms from my bed, I wonder if I would get, like, agoraphobia at all. Like, if it would freak me out the first few nights sleeping. Probably would. I probably would. Because I'm so used to living in such a small space. All right. Let's make a raising bridge. Well, actually, let's place some floors. That's what we'll do first. If you own them, I wonder. I have no idea. I've never looked. I've never had any reason to look. And yeah, absolutely no idea. Tygo. Are you suggesting a fire pool? Because that's definitely just be able to like jump on a fire pole and go down to the lower. But they, like still don't put stairs there. Just a fire pole. I don't know. I think just like end game life, I just eventually move into a house with no above neighbors. Life goals. It's more just distracting than anything. Although my knee-jerk reaction, Tygo, is probably. Because they're separate units, right? So if you go connecting separate units together, I have a feeling there would be some issue. What? Freeways? Also, high freeways. I'm sure Strata would probably want to set you on fire if you did something like that. Your crown hat is pretty. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. From your sub badge. I was like, what are you talking about? It really threw me off for a second there. But I'm glad that you like your hat. Freeways. I am glad that you like your hat. How have you been, by the way? It's good to see you. I hope that things have been well. Had a hole from one room to another, but 3-story wood apartment where the hole from level 3 to the basement. With a change to living space? Weird. Do your bunnies follow you around as you forage? Like a full... they need to be grazed, so they live in the pasture. So you can go visit your bunnies, but otherwise they need to be grazing. So no, they don't. I mean, lazy mood is fine. And lurky mood is also good. Glad things are getting done, Freeways. Hope you've been well. Also, cheers, woe is me. I see what you did. Thanks for the $2 a month. Cheers. Also, to anybody who signs up to the Patreon soon, you're still within the window to go vote on the monthly Patreon game. And if you are already signed up, you should go do that if you haven't yet. I'm going to read some words. Cows allied with jazz and aluminum hats to make trains run. Sunshine rainbow enemies taste gooey. Businessmen believe ducks don't drive. They sail towards black holes. Commemorative plates built flimsy collections of potato holders. Good stories. Thank you, stupid. All right. Let's get some of this set up. Actually, no, we're not going to go this far. We're just going to go to, like, right there. I don't know what a potato holder is in this instance. I'm not sure what that means. I like that there's no waves up in this section here. Oh, it begins. A stray doe rabbit has given birth to bunnies. It begins. It begins. Meaning I got 2 more bunnies to make available as pets. Oh, also, if you didn't realize, I'm digging a big moat. I kind of want a moat. Got to keep the bunnies safe, you know? What is that that's in my way? A colony of bumblebees. All right. Poor bumblebees. They're about to get wrecked. A moat on an island. Yes. Absolutely. I mean, it's right there. Why not? I want to build a moat. It's been a while since I've built a moat. It's been a while since I've built a moat. So why not build a moat? I haven't built the dwarves' bedrooms yet, but I'm building a really big, wide moat. Cycrom, I've got a question. What's with you and bees? Bees are your spirit insect. Okay. Do you own bees? Because, like, the 2 things in life that I would love to do are own chickens and have beehives. That's, like, my goals in life. I want to own chickens and have beehives. I don't know if I'll ever do that. The rest of the island is too hostile. Exactly. Exact. And of course, safely fish in the middle of the moat. Speaking of safely fish. God damn it. Ravens and vultures. Haven't gotten any particularly fun animal spawns yet. I'm just going to put a everything stockpile down here. So that, no, not that, that. Let's just move all of the stuff up there. Fortress is a little laggy because of how big I made the map, but that's okay. And also because of all the channeling. Now they're like making a beat up there. They're hitting two different things. It's like thump, 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 tap, tap, thump, 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 tap, tap. Except they're in the, like a completely different area of the apartment. I'm starting to think he's building furniture and not like nailing stuff to walls. That's what it's starting to seem like. Renovation metal. Isn't that just industrial? Not nearly enough heavy riffs for metal, though. One thing that I notice more and more in Krug Smash's videos is when he makes the same mistakes repeatedly. Like, I feel like every single time I'm watching a Krug Smash video, I see him, like, do the, oh, I'm gonna just build a wall right next to this bridge. I've seen him do that more times than I can count, and I always wonder why. It's like, are you doing that intentionally, or do you just honestly forget every time? I think he does it intentionally. The mode is to protect... Although, I would totally listen to a song written using entirely sounds that are recorded from loud neighbors. Someone needs to do that. It's like, just record all of the sounds that your neighbor makes, and then just make industrial out of it. I feel like that would be a lot of fun. What's wrong with the bridge thing? Oh, something that I see Krugs do all the time is, like, he'll have a bridge constructed, right? And then he'll place a wall like this right next to it. If you do this, even if there's a constructed bridge there, the wall will fall because there's nothing for it to attach to, because bridges do not have the support to build a wall alongside of it. And I see him do that all the time. And it's like, why do you keep doing that? Like in the first episode of the little water fort that he started, he dropped stuff on his cavies. Well, like, that's a perfectly avoidable mistake. And suffocating your dwarves made you learn not to build walls on a bridge pretty quickly. Yeah, no, totally. Like, everybody makes a mistake once. But when I see people making the same mistake multiple times, it's very much a, wait, why do you keep doing that? Big old question mark, I guess. Beside bridges, I mean, you have to start queuing the wall up. Like, it won't let you just place a bridge like that. It'll be like, no. But if you start it next to a built floor, then it'll work. Why does the game allow it in the first place? Why does Dwarf Fortress let you do anything? I mean, half of the shit that we do that is air quotes dwarfy things that are air quotes fun are not intended. Do you think minecart shotguns are intended? Do you think do you think like you know, do you think that cart grinders are intended? Do you think that catapulting boulders using bridges is intended? Do you think that crushing garbage with drawbridges is intended? Like, if we actually start questioning, why does Dwarf Fortress let you do insert thing here? It's going to be a long rabbit hole of even more questionable things, let alone the ones that are, like, you know, widely accepted. Doe Rabbit has given birth to bunnies. It happens again. But not allowing stuff leads to boring gameplay. Exactly. There you go. Literally couldn't have said it better myself, Zanny. The freedom of Dwarf Fortress is the main strength of Dwarf Fortress. IMO. Hello, Kanji. How is we? I don't know why I say that. How is we? Like, it doesn't make any sense grammatically, but I say it sometimes. I just like the way it rolls off the tongue, I think. Keep it above ground. That's how. If it's above ground, it won't grow moss. I mean, I can't read that, but I'll believe you, Diamond. Or rather, I have no idea how to pronounce that, but I believe you. Yeah, if there's sunlight on it, then moss won't grow on it. What you building? Every time a bunny gives birth, there's a noticeable lag spike. That's goofy. Slowly ruining this fortress. This fortress is going to collapse due to the weight of overwhelming bunny! And yes, I'm fully aware that this is a problem I'm making for myself. Please do not play Dwarf Fortress like this. I do have a stonecrafter, so Tygo should have that job assigned. Because when someone talks to you in Dutch, you can at least guess what it means because you can speak German. If someone is speaking to me in Dutch, I can do that too. Same with German. I can guess most of what they're saying to me. Like, I don't speak German or Dutch, but I'm used to listening to German because when I was very little, my Oma used to speak German to me sometimes. So if someone is verbally speaking German to me, I understand like 80% of what you're saying. But if you write German, I can't understand a word of it. Like, I can't read German. I never wrapped my head around written German. Thump, 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 thump. Ire Stupid, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Kanji. Enjoy those stupid skulls, and we'll come back once again. And dwarfs and shit. Chat, gonna get a big round of beers. You know what to do. Yeah, see, Russian, Polish, and Bulgarian are all just, like, completely indecipherable for me. I have no idea what any of that shit means. Vinsati is doing the builds. Dwarves are still moving stuff from the wagon over. Good lord. It's going to take them a while. Not really an impressive feat. I mean, yeah, Spanish and Portuguese. I confuse Spanish and Portuguese when I see them written. And I know I'm not the only person who makes that mistake. This is our little fortress down here as it grows. It's kind of interesting, though, how language works. It's like if you understand part of a language, or if you can speak one language, then you can like guess what other people are saying in other languages. I know 2 people that live here for 15 years and have both grammar skills of the 6-year-old. On the other side, Russians and Ukrainians have very little problems learning it. What, for Polish? I mean, like... So something that I think is fascinating about people from Poland. I had a friend when I was younger for a bit named Jacob, and his parents are Polish, both immigrated to Canada from Poland. And I'm going to make a temple. No specific deity. The Fires of Guarding, that works. And he could never say TH, the. Like, he had basically he could speak English perfectly. Like, he grew up in Canada, right? Like, he spent, like, a year or something in Poland before his parents moved over. But he could speak English perfectly. But he couldn't say the. He would say va with a V. And his dad would say it with, like, a D. So he'd say, like, da instead of the. Or he would say, like, a va with, like, a V sound. Like, they couldn't do the TH. Which I think is fascinating. It's a neat accent. Really is. Just cancel all those. Perfect. We got plenty of booze. 200 plus. 200-ish booze. Which means we got plenty of booze. I just always found that really interesting. What can I do with the giant cave toad? If you're playing adventure mode and you ride it, they used to drown you. I don't know if they still do that. But what do you do with the giant cave toad? Why do you have a tame giant cave toad? Or do you have, like, a hostile giant cave toad that is in a cage or something? How did you acquire this giant cave toad? You can eat it. They make good eats, like anything in DF. That's, like, the first thing you could do. You could eat it in a cage. I mean, you could put it on a chain and attempt to tame it if you want to be fancy. I would probably just eat it. Just butcher it. Set it up for butchering. Giant cave toad brains up incoming, is what you're saying. This is like the part that I do miss with Long Death. I miss being able to, just like construct big dumb things, because it's getting harder to do in Long Death. Well, I mean, it's getting easier, but like a lot of the fun of constructing stuff for the first time like this, isn't quite the same in Long Death. All right, I'm going to make a new field over here. I'm going to put bunnies in it, like baby bunnies. Or actually, you know what? Let's make a bigger pen. Nobody wants to butcher it for some reason. I'm assuming you've got the job assigned. It's a pretty low priority job, so someone will get to it eventually. Also, like, it needs to roll up on the job priority order high enough so that a dwarf can actually go do it. Yeah, you're right now that you mention it. I never really thought about that, but you're not wrong. Stupid. I still have a hard time just calling you stupid. God damn it. Why do you have such a name? God dang it. It's like I feel bad calling you stupid. You accidentally blocked the workshop? That would cause problems, yeah. That would definitely cause problems. Also, seriously, woe is me. Thanks for the patron stuff, because I lost a couple patrons recently. So it's always nice to get new ones. It's like with Twitch, it's a little bit harder to notice when people unsub. With Patreon, it's very obvious. It's like, I get an email, quite literally. It's like, oh, okay, great. But I can't stress this enough. If you are supporting me on Patreon, please go vote in that poll. Help us decide what game we're going to play this month. What's the new game that we get into? The games up for vote this month are Cogmind, Songs of Six, and Curious Expedition 2. Butchering isn't showing up on the job list. I'm assuming you have a dwarf assigned to butcher already, because you have a butcher shop already built, right? I'm just making some assumptions about the way you have your dwarves set up. There we go. We'll just get all this connected in the middle. I very rarely just clear cut like this, but there's actually not that many trees here, so I just kind of want to get them out of the way. You're using auto labor? Yeah, then I have no idea on how quick the priorities are going to be. If you're using auto labor, I have no idea then. It'll get done eventually, I guess is the way to put it. I think I've seen that Everyone's Upstairs Neighbors video before. Man, Hobo's got something from Cigar City Brewing. Jealous. Jealous. Your Japanese professor told us stories about how he used to gargle with water to reduce stepwise to learn the German R. Huh. Interesting. Kind of makes sense, though. It's going to be fun when we stumble into the bits of water here. This is gonna be a long job. Is the German R actually that hard? If you've never had to do it, yeah. Yes, I would say so. It's a weird sound that you don't really need to make in English. So depending on where the professor was from, I could see it being quite hard. There's a lot of phlegm that's used when speaking German that isn't used when speaking other languages, which really threw me off a little bit when I tried learning bits of German. He's Japanese native. Yeah, it would have been even harder for someone from Japan. But like, if you're trying to speak in phlegm, that's hard to do if you're not used to that. It's sort of like why it's hard to learn Finnish, because it's just like, here's a lot of vowels just like rolled together in weird ways that English and a lot of other languages aren't used to doing. Similarly, how a lot of the Chinese dialects are really, really hard to learn because it's a lot of like, well, here's a lot of sounds you would never need to make. That's the hardest part about learning other languages in my mind, is like not actually learning like the grammar or anything. The hardest part of it is just learning the how to actually just make those sounds with your mouth. That's the hardest part. So I didn't go insane listening to them butchering your name. Oh, that's fair. I often just like don't say people's names if I know that I butcher them. Phonetics makes no sense. Trying to explain English is what makes no sense. English is a fucked language, dude. Like, English is so goddamn broken. It genuinely is so goddamn broken. I don't envy anybody trying to learn English. Which language isn't? Some are more broken than others. Spanish? I've never tried to learn Spanish, so I don't know. Why do dwarves always dig diagonally? I feel like there's two types of dwarves. There's dwarves that dig in straight lines, and then dwarves that dig in just perfect diagonals. It's very funny. Dwarven pathing. Again, you can blame the states for most of the spelling reforms. French was way harder to learn than English. I've never successfully learned a language. I've tried a few times, specifically with German. German and Dutch, because that's where I have the most family members. In theory, I should speak French, but I don't. Most of the French I know is from reading the back of cereal boxes. Or stop signs the one time I went to Quebec. You learn north, south, east, and west, stop and go real fast. But outside of that, it's like, I wonder how my little sister's doing on learning French, because she lives in Quebec right now. 3 years of German in school, you don't remember a single thing? I mean, I took German classes at one point. Also don't remember a single thing. I just remember getting really frustrated with the with the teacher because she wrote things real small on the board. And I've always had bad eyes. So I'm sure that didn't help. Okay, everyone can say that though. Like everyone can just say, "Give me another beer," or "Where's the toilet?" or like, "Hello and goodbye," in at least a couple of languages. Everyone knows like the bare minimum. But like my phone just straight up has an app in it now where you speak English into it and it voice translates it to a different language in real time. I don't know how accurate the thing is, but speech to text is pretty accurate at this point too, to the level of like, I wonder how many people are going to bother learning languages in the future. Like I actually wonder how many people are going to bother. It's not a good thing, but a great teacher for the first year, and then after that, horrible after that. Yeah, I feel like having I feel like if I had a good language teacher in a language class, I'd probably do just fine. I thought about trying those Duolingo things and all those other apps, but it's like, I don't know. I don't know. At that point, I think I'd rather just like go take an online course to learn a skill that I would actually use frequently. It's like if I'm going to do that, it's like I might as well just, unless like I'm speaking German on my streams, but I'd rather go reteach myself music theory at that point. Ironically, like I like telling people this because I think it's a funny fact about me. I learned how to read sheet music before I learned how to read. Like I could actively read different time signatures and understand how to translate that into music before I learned how to read English. So I could play shit on my cello for like sight read stuff on my cello off of sheet music before I could read English. So I think my brain's a little funky like that. And that's where we're going to connect this to. Spring has arrived. Would you look at that? Beautiful. This is going to be a glorious fucking moat when it's finally done. Dwarves are reciting poetry. Ooh. They're praying or saying poetry. You're making mugs. You're harvesting plants. You're drinking, eating, detailing. This is why so many weebs end up like osmosisly learning Japanese. I've tried for a while. I tried for a little while there when I was still working the night shift before I started streaming. I can still read sheet music quite well. What I need to do is I need to get my cello back in here and start doing that. Start doing regular cello practice streams or something. I don't know if anybody would actually want to watch that shit, but anyway, when I was actually trying to like get back into learning German, because I did for about 6 months when I was working the night shift, and I was commuting 2 hours a day, I for a while there was listening to the news in German. So I would listen to the news in English, and then I would listen to news again in German. I was listening to that for a bit. Well, I mean, you'd watch me like point a camera at a wall with paint drying, bastard. If I painted this apartment and just pointed a camera at that, you'd tune in and be like, interesting. So I don't know if that's necessarily like a representation of the wider group of people who watch me, but people say that they would watch someone practice a musical instrument until they realize that scales are boring as shit. Like, I've been practicing guitar frequently, although I'm horrendous at it. Maybe that's why the neighbors are hammering, actually. But I've been practicing my guitar relatively frequently, which I'm pretty bad at. And yeah, it's just a lot of just like plucking out stuff. Oh, I'm always up on what's going on in the world news, so yes, it does interest me. Neither of those things are true, but thank you, past it. But yeah, no, I read what's going on in Canada almost every day off of news aggregate sites. And I listen to the CBC daily update, which is 30 minutes of news, just kind of compressed into a podcast format. And I also listen to the BBC World Service because I like listening to my news in British accents with British dry humor because it amuses me. Oh, I definitely was, yeah. I never said that I wasn't guilty of it. I commented that Infinity was insulting themselves a lot. But I never said I wasn't guilty of that myself. One can give advice and then proceed to not listen to any of it. Like you shouldn't smoke. Don't do drugs, kids. After stream, I'm going to clean my bong. Why did you put an H in cello? Please don't ever do that again. Do you suck or no suck at cello? One could say I no suck at cello. You suck at spelling cello, though. Although I would certainly be rusty at cello, as I haven't practiced in about 7 years. But there was a point where I was good enough at cello that I could have, I could have gone to university for it. Patch in cello, I would need some sort of import, and not really. I would need something that currently I don't have the functionality to do that. Currently I do not have the functionality to do that. Would I like to do that? Is that in the long-term plans? Yes, Zanny. Why are y'all putting H in cello? Cello is spelled C-E-L-L-O, not C-H-E-L-L-O. The hell's wrong with all of you? Side note, why do I keep saying y'all? I'm not from fucking Texas. I really want to do some equivalent of I know where you live, but I don't, Axon, so I won't go after you. But like, come on. Come on, man. Come on. Cello is a fun way of annoying people. Y'all think it's fun to annoy me? You wanted to literally never get anything related to cello on channel ever again? This is a real good way of doing it. It's gender neutral and you're awkward. Friends is gender neutral as well. I can't words for some reason. Friends is gender neutral as well. Gender neutral. That's a hard thing to say fast. And I speak too quickly. Which is why I just speak friends and enter. I just say chat. Hey, Chad. What's up, my friends? How all of you doing out there, Chad? I do like Chad being the personification of the Twitch chat room. I like that meme a lot. Hey, Chad, how y'all doing? The glorious members of the Chad. It's like we are the Borg and you shall prepare to be assimilated, except you are the Chad and it's too late. It's all over. The hive mind of Chad, referred to as Chad. When all you see is hype and PogChamp, it's because you are the Chad and you have been assimilated. All right, let's get that bridge done. Then we'll get the rest of this done. Is this necessarily the most effective drawbridge setup? No. Do I care? No. The important question is, do I leave all the logs at the bottom? What time of year is it? Early spring? All right. Kind of want to change the direction of this bridge. I'm thinking like have like a little corner bridge and then go down and then over to the left. Make it like a little Z pattern. Could be kind of neat. Where did schools come from here? I missed something here. You've done math. Yeah, I missed the part where we started talking about public schools, so I kind of lost the... Oh, it's still definitely going on. It's just not picking up on the microphone. There's been maybe 5 minutes since I heard banging. Also, it's almost 2 p.m. already. And I haven't even gotten this done. Kind of disappointing thing about this is all we've really gotten for animals are badgers. Badgers and boars. And dingoes, sometimes. Occasionally a platypus. I was kind of hoping we'd get, like, sharks or something. One of these days, I will get a whale in Dwarf Fort. One of these days. On the topic of things that I would never kill or eat in real life, I want to kill and eat a whale in Dwarf Fortress. It's one of my goals. I've never seen a whale in DF. There's a badger in my moat. We'll have to remove it eventually. Speaking of banging, I'm going to go close the window. It's got nothing to do with banging, but I'm going to go close the window because it's getting cold in here. I'm also going to go get my insulin out of the fridge, so I'll be back in a second. I'm not going to actually do lunch, but I'm prepping for it. Oh, hey, it's the third migrant wave. More bodies for the meat grinder. You've seen the nothing useful for catching it. I've seen sharks a couple of times, or the most interesting. They brought children this time. Are the most interesting. Hey, Vim showed up. But yeah, sharks are the most, and so did Norstat. Sharks are the most interesting water creature I've seen. Is this the top of the map? Oh, it is. Huh. It's quite the migrant wave. Holy crap. 31 dwarves. Yeah, doubled the population. Damn. There's a lot of them. $37 dwarves. Hey, heard about the bunnies? Yeah, no kidding. And a dwarf got taken by a mood. I definitely don't have enough stuff for all of these dwarves. Or enough space for all these dwarves right now. Going for the crafts table, I think. They don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't up to 43. Got a weapon crafter, though. Some glass makers, some potash makers, wood burners. Lots of jobs that I need doing, though, so that's okay. Plenty of animal trainers. Tons of miners. 12 miners. I wonder if I'm going to get a miners guild. What's the cap? I don't have a cap. But we're on an island. I don't have a cap for the day forts, so. 2 pieces of wood. I'm assuming that's probably the last one we'll get. But yeah, these are all the dwarves that washed ashore. We could almost say like in a flash flood tsunami situation. A lot of bunny, though. A lot of bunny, though. Could say that about this fort, that's for sure. Phthalate blocks and 2 wood logs. Gotcha. All right, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly place a butcher shop down here. Oh, I do have a butcher shop. All right. Got a bunch of animals that I can't do anything with. There we go. I mean, both dwarves are named Diamond. It's obviously a common dwarvy name. Obviously. It's obviously a very common dwarfy name. Oh, hey, there's a petition. There we go. The Company of Rocks has many members in BunnyAbby and now requires a guild hall. The location must be built and furnished, with the name designated for a guild hall. Okay. BunnyAbby is now getting a miners guild, meaning I'm going to designate some mining at the highest priority. Oh, nope, that's definitely not what I wanted. Automating ore and gems. There we go. And I will build it out of whatever they dig out there, because that seems fitting. Probably dig it down here. It's a very, very, very small ore vein that they dug out. Okay. this is going to be our Miners Guild. Down this way. Of course, we'll make it a public space for everybody to enjoy. I also have a bunch of animals that need to be pastured. Got some bunnies and goslings and a kitten named Moses. Some goats. Also, looks like we're off to a good start. Solon Nagakolnish. The woodcrafter has created a Delin Thilalish, a pearwood amulet, and claims it as a Hamley heirloom. I was very curious to see what captions would come up with for that, and I was unimpressed. Polished Trust, a sand pearwood amulet. This is a sand pearwood amulet. All crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval fellet cabochons, and this object menaces with spikes of sand pearwood. On the item is an image of Cogsack. Aqua stakes, the dwarf and dwarves in sand pearwood. Cogsack Aqua Stakes is surrounded by the dwarves. It relates to the ascension of the dwarf Cogsack to the position of king of the Tool of Twisting. That was the second king of the Tool of Twisting. The beginning of the fall of the Tool of Twisting, if I'm not mistaken. Because the first king took us to a position of wealth and prospering. The second king very much was the downfall of the fortress. How's it going? How's the bunny pet program going? I think it's just Monkey is like claiming them all. Okay, no, the glass, there's a glass maker now that's claiming some of the bunnies. I'm going to make all these new baby bunnies, like brand new little baby bunnies available as pets right now. But yeah, no, it very much seems like so far 2 dwarves are claiming all of them. Monkeys and one of the recent additions, Inul, the glassmaker, who is, of course, available for naming if anybody would like a dwarf. And Cyrolac has been given birth to a brand new baby girl. Fresh from the oven. Yes, bunnies fresh from the oven. Baby bunnies fresh from the oven. Just like baby dwarves fresh from the oven. When you get 15 plus migrants, it's a lot of time to filter the work, right? Wait, what do you mean? You got tips? I mean, I don't really filter their jobs. I mean, these are all jobs that need doing. I plan on doing some glass work if I need leather work done. Generally, I just kind of let the dwarves chill and socialize. I don't really filter out their jobs. I'm not a person who's ever going to worry about having idlers in my fort either, so generally, as long as the jobs are getting done, I don't care. So no, I don't really filter jobs. I do, however, need a tanner shop. I'm not a min-maxer at all in Dwarf Fort. As long as the jobs are getting done, I'm happy. As long as the jobs are getting done eventually, I am happy. What about the mood that dwarf couldn't do any work in a long time? The mood that a dwarf couldn't do any work in a long time. What? Okay, could you try that sentence again? I need food and my brain's not working properly, but what? What about the mood that a dwarf couldn't do any work in a long time? Oda Toda. Welcome back for another month. Check, can I get a big round of beer?
Crypt strong.
I mean, then you're an idiot because you aren't paying attention to your dwarves. As long as all of the jobs are getting done, you're good. But if you see a dwarf that needs to do something or wants to do something, then give them that job. Just kind of keep an eye on your jobs and your dwarves. Some dwarves are perfectly happy just socializing. I don't generally manage all of the jobs for every single dwarf, but if if I see that a dwarf wants to do something, then I will give that dwarf that job. Like something I'm setting up right now is a metalworking industry, which needs wood furnaces. So I'm going to set up 2 wood furnaces. I've already got wood burners in the fortress, so that's perfect. I'm going to need 2 smelters. I've already got an architect, I know that, so I can set up 2 smelters. And I know I have 1 anvil, so metalsmith's forge, I can make an anvil. It's like, you know, just kind of one thing at a time. I don't really worry too much about being super picky about who's doing what job, as long as the jobs are getting done, and if I notice a dwarf wants to do a particular job, I'll give them that. You don't need to be hyper picky about who's doing what now. As long as somebody's doing something, then we're good. Like right now, all of the dwarves are getting kind of upset because they don't have proper bedrooms. That's fine. They'll deal with it. But I'll be giving them bedrooms down here at some point. Once we get the moat done, probably. Which is the main priority still. Although the moat is slowly filling up because of the waves, which is kind of neat. But before I can get that done, I need to get the bridges done. And I was thinking about making them curve, but I'm not going to. But stress was added into the game so long ago. How have you not gotten used to stress yet? It's like, it was an addition, yes, but it was an addition that was made a very long time ago. Despite you having temples? Okay, well then you need to get around that. One way to get around that is by putting them into a squad. If they're in a wrestler squad, or a squad that's not assigned to train, like they're an active soldier with no duties, the one thing they will deal with is their jobs. You haven't played since 2014 or so? Then would you consider that an active problem? Would you be struggling with that? I don't think that that's something you are struggling with. That is something that you struggled with. So it is a past problem that you're not concerned with because you don't play the game. So I wouldn't consider that a struggle. Okay, then you have played since 2014. Like, you're giving me mixed messages here, and I don't know how to read it, you know? Did you start playing a week or so ago, or have you not played since 2014? What? You're giving me incomplete bits of information, I would say. Which means the addition is new for you? All right. Yes. This is now complete information. I mean, there's many ways of mitigating that. I mean, for whatever it's worth, the patch that was put out couple like 2 months ago now completely gimped stress to the point where it's like practically a non-issue compared to where it was previously. Stress
Is this fucking magma?
Stress used to be a tricky addition, but has not been a tricky addition since the most recent patch. If you are having problems with dwarves not praying to their gods, I suggest giving them adequate downtime so that they can go take a break, which is an important thing to do. Or alternatively, maybe you have temples. You said temples in plural. So if you have multiple temples, dwarves can kind of try and do multiple things at once and then fail to do so and then just not do the thing they need to do because they're trying to do too many things at once. So if you have multiple temples, that can sometimes lead to problems. If they're trying to go pray at all of the temples but can't. So I would recommend just having a pray to any deity big temple that they can all just go use as they see fit, unless they start requesting specific temples for specific gods, which they might do if you have a lot of dwarves that operate under a specific religion. That being said, if you do have a dwarf that is refusing to get this done, put them in a squad by themselves and make that squad active, and they will just go and pray, drink, dance, and do what they absolutely need to do. Granted, this could also cause problems because they might go after hostile creatures, but if there are no hostile creatures on the map, then that shouldn't be an issue. So that would be my advice. If you have a particular dwarf who's specifically fussy, put them in a squad by themselves, and they will go tend to their needs. Currently, the game is in a place where it's extremely easy to manage and moderate sad dwarves. But if you are having problems, there are a few tricks to make sure those get done quickly. We know, Freskins. We know. Do you need to mention it every single time it's discussed? Or rather, I know. Do you need to mention it every single time it's discussed? I don't fucking care. I get it. I also don't like it. I'm right there with you. Tired of you complaining about it. It's the one thing I'm good at, is giving extensive answers. Oh, shit. Don't need that. Although, I'm going to let these dwarves work on this bridge. I'm going to go grab me sandwich. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out and spending time in this stream when you could be watching one of the bajillions of other streams of other games on the internet. So, I will be back in a couple of minutes. If I could get a big round of beers, that'd be fantastic. And if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to annoy people with them or entertain people with them, whatever you prefer, frankly. I will be back in a couple of minutes with a sandwich. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I'm hungry. BRB. Ooh, bridge is done. I don't know what any of this means, but you guys did a really, really, really bad job with the round of beers. I'm very disappointed in your ability to type in a word, chat. You had one job while I was getting my sandwich, and that's type in the word beer. But you didn't do it. You didn't do it! Unimpressed. I have sandwich now, though, and I ate a thing of yogurt. Dairy-free yogurt, actually. Which, has anybody else tried dairy-free yogurt? Low-key, that shit's way better than actual yogurt. It's like Greek yogurt, but not as heavy. Shit's good. All right, and I also have a sandwich, so tasty. Lunchtime. What was for lunch, Chad? Do you have anything good? The bridge is done, which means I can start digging. I can finish digging out my moat and fill it in with water pretty soon, which is nice. How are we doing on foods? Plenty. No, this stuff's coconut, not soy. Not a huge fan of the soy. Is too like drippy. Why not with rabbit blood? The rabbits are friends. Also, if I was going with rabbit blood, then I would very much need, I would very much need, at that point, to make this a much smaller moat because blood evaporates extremely quickly in DF. Like, extremely quickly. And it's not raining blood, so I don't see that as particularly helpful. Particularly helpful. Also, people describe something that's good as ace. I don't believe I've ever heard that before. It's a new one. God, I haven't thought about Stronghold in a long time. It's a pity they never made another one. I mean, clearly Brits are aliens from another country, so. The only time I really hear the word ace to describe something good is when talking about a pilot. It's the only time I've heard that, really. Just like the Dawn of War series only has 2 games. You know, real talk, Dawn of War 3. What if instead of making an RTS, they just made an action RPG? Why didn't they just do that? Because Dawn of War 3 would have been okay if it was just an action RPG. Weird. Although, Zycrom, the reason I don't generally eat a lot of oat stuff as milk replacements is because oat has more carbs than milk. And as somebody who's trying to avoid carbs in dairy products and get my carbs from like bread and other places, just so that it's easier to count, I still need carbs. It's just I want them to be in one place so I can count them quicker. Oat milk tends to have way more carbs than regular milk, so it kind of defeats the whole point. So, whereas like almond and coconut have no carbs. That's why I've been going for that shit. It's just because I want my carbs to be easy to count. Why are you all up here? Oh, they're drinking. What? But I have alcohol. Excuse me? Dwarves, what's wrong with you? Maybe we miscounted. All right, it's time to fill up the moat properly. I realize you can't see it there right now, but it's there, I swear. It's from all the waves crashing over the edge that it's filling up. Is it Wash Your Dwarf Day? Yeah, except there's emergency exits, so they should be fine. Hasn't even filled up yet. But there it goes. I'm wondering if we're going to get currents flowing up and down it. We might. I've actually managed to make rivers before using waves, where they're like super actively flowing areas with pretty strong currents. I saw an R for a second there. That's probably a raven. I mean, it has to have been a raven. You know, I'm kind of surprised that there isn't a Monster Hunter Dwarf Fortress overhaul. Kind of surprised. How would a Monster Hunter DF look? Just a shit ton of very large, unique creatures. You know, instead of like only one breed of dragon, you have every single breed of dragon and make them super common. It would just be a shit ton of dragon variants. Super common dragon variants. Well, no, the monsters in Monster Hunter are not would not be procedurally generated though. It wouldn't be Forgotten Beast variants. It would be like, oh, there's a Rathalos. and how to turn them into weapons. I mean, that's literally what you do in Monster Hunter 2, right? So you'd like have specific materials that could only be harvested from certain types of bones, which you could certainly do, or like certain bits, or maybe make because you can attach different traits to specific types of leather in Dwarf Fortress. So you could have like a specific type of leather that gives specific buffs. I'm kind of curious about how fast this water rush is going to be here. There we go. That's a lot faster than the other one. Because this one has the waves, which is lowering the speed at which the water comes in. Also, I'm pretty sure in adventure mode you can wield... I feel like it would be more of an adventure mode mod, less of a fortress mode mod. Oh, also, Dwarf Fortress already has cat people, so making cat people companions would be very easy. You just need to give... You could very easily make large, intelligent cats. Well, I mean, cat people don't exist, but cougar people do. Jaguar people do. So you could pretty easily make the cat companions for Monster Hunter. I don't know. I feel like it would be really easy to do. Maybe not really easy, but like I could see a lot of parallels working pretty quickly. I thought you could mine in adventure mode. I know you can like chop down wood and build stuff. You could certainly harvest herbs and things. Sharpening weapons could be implemented. I don't know. For me right now, I think the foes are like not all that interesting in adventure mode, or like they're far too uncommon. Like I feel like I need to generate like if I were to ever get heavily into adventure mode, it would involve me generating specific worlds for it. This is the dangerous side of things. Come on. You can do it. There we go. We're getting this done quicker. Just need to stop this dwarf before they queue up another job so that they can just immediately turn around and keep it this one. Hope you like ocean. Come on. That should be the last one, I think. There we go. That'll do. So that's that side flowing in. This side's coming in way faster. Because this one's not worrying about waves, so there's way less displacement on the water. Also, hey, Magna. Hope you're doing well. I'd say Wash Your Dwarf Day has gone pretty smoothly. There's very few hiccups. Thus far, anyway. Also, I should check how much of the metal industry has gotten up and running. Quite a bit, actually. All of it. All right, let's start making some charcoal. Actually, you know what? Let's just leave that on repeat for a little bit. And just not worry about it. How about that? You also start making more blocks. You start making more blocks. Got some vermin popping up. I need to deal with that. I got a door, so I'm going to make this into that Miners Guild Hall. Need to increase the value of it a little bit. Actually, you over here, suspend that. Make some doors. Quickly make this into a zone. That's the wrong spot. Let's try here. There we go. Craft guild hall, minor hall. I feel like it's very rare that I get a minor hall, which is weird. Very tired. Why that? Long night? Which is, in my opinion, broken, Sen. If you need external tools to access features of a video game, that's a problem that needs to be addressed, which is why I'm so hopeful for the way Legends looks in the Steam version. My biggest hope for the Steam version is that Legends Viewer and a lot of the tools people use through DF Hack are just not necessary. I don't want DF Hack to go away, but I think that should be like advanced users kind of thing. I think ideally we should end up in a situation where a lot of the tools people use are not necessary. I'm just going to engrave these gems and ores along here. I think that would be the ideal situation. Now we wait. You would die without Dwarf Therapist? Well, ideally you won't die without Dwarf Therapist in the Steam version. Ideally. Because that would increase the stability of the game so much. Because the vast majority of the crashes in Dwarf Fortress right now can be blamed on Dwarf Therapist and DF Hack being used. Like, when people tell me, they're like, how do you play Dwarf Fortress without it crashing constantly? I'm like, what are you doing? Because I have almost no crashes in Dwarf Fortress, just ever. And I play this game more than most people who play this game. So to me, it's very strange that people would have crashes ever. And the vast majority of the crashes I've had in the time I've played Dwarf Fortress are while I'm messing around with DF Hack on a separate install. But I think that the ideal outcome for the Steam version of DF is that the majority of players don't use DF Hack anymore and don't use DF Therapist and don't use Lazy Noob Pack. But I know that the community is just going to swarm to that shit and recommend that all the new players use this stuff. And it's going to be a big eye roll for me. Yeah, I mean, with correct usage, if you're doing things right, you're not going to run into too many problems, Magna. The problem is people who don't know what they're doing. Come on, Dwarf. But at the same time, I don't know. I worry about the Steam version ruining the game for me. It's a big concern. Hope it doesn't. Because a lot of things people dislike about Dwarf Fortress are things that I like about Dwarf Fortress. I like the amount of freedom that the dwarves get. I like the chaos that it provides. I like the surprises that it provides, the character that it builds. FPS slowing. If FPS slowing is generally a fault of the player and not a fault of the game. Like this fortress has a shitty frame rate, and it's because of the way I set it up. Like it's 100% my fault. I know. FPS slowing is almost always player fault. And is fixable by the player. It's usually caused by overproduction or poor fortress layouts. Is the moat too deep? No, it's just 1 deep. Why does the player know how the game is intended to be played? Is the game intended to be played in a format where you exponentially increase everything with never ceasing or slowing down? Is that the way the game is intended to be played? Because I disagree with that. I don't consider that the way the game is intended to be played. Just because the game allows you to play in a format doesn't mean that's the optimal way to play the game or the best way to play the game. There's a irritation and a disagreement that I always get into with people about this game. And that is the way it was meant to be played, air quotes. The fuck do you know about that? How do you know the way the game was meant to be played? Sure. Then don't tell me that's the way the game was meant to be played. That's the way you play it. Doesn't mean it's right, or the way the game was meant to be played, or the way the game was intended to be played, or the way the game was optimally played. It's just the way that you play it. That is different from the way the game was meant to be played. In fact, I would argue the second you install an external piece of software to play the game, you've ceased playing the game the way it was meant to be played. The way the game was meant to be played was installed, downloaded, and played in a vanilla state the way it looks when it's downloaded from Bay 12, which is not the way the vast majority of people play the game. I mean, I'm running on a custom resolution with a custom tile set. That's not the way the game was meant to be played. The way the game was meant to be played was with curses in like a tiny ass window in the middle of my screen. That's the way the game was meant to be played. It's not the reason for slow FPS. No, the reason for slower FPS is usually due to player mistakes. You can optimize your fortress to never have any problems with frames. You can also optimize the size of your fortresses, the counts of your dwarves, the number of animals you have, the number of things you're producing, the amount of things that you're selling, and the amount of things that you're building to perfectly optimize your frame rate and have a stable frame rate for hundreds of years in game, which I've done on multiple forts. So, who's playing the game wrong? Just because the game allows for a function does not mean it's the optimal method of playing the game. Sure. But then is it the right of the new player to tell me that I'm playing the game wrong? Or I'm playing the game a way it wasn't meant to be played? Because this is a statement that's told about my play on a frequent basis. You're playing the game the way it wasn't intended. The fuck do you know? Absolutely. And that's not totally true, but absolutely. But you can have 120 dwarves with 50 FPS, which is totally playable. Of course, Diamond. But, you know, we've had this discussion before with other people. How's the frame rate of Long Death at the most recent streams of it? 50s, still. Never really left. The only time the frame rate in Long Death gets bad is when there's lots of birds around, but that's because the population is so low. Long Death is intentionally designed for longevity, but you can have a fortress with 150, 200 dwarves, no problem, with decent frames. It's all about setting up your stairs and routes and putting stockpiles in smart places. Also, the frame rate has improved significantly since earlier versions. Also, with the additions of things like craft guild halls, you can make dwarves happy with their needs to craft without actually crafting. It's very easy to set up a guild hall so that a dwarf can go get the same thoughts about improving crafting, which is the only thing they actually care about, without actually crafting. So you don't actually need to overproduce anymore. And you haven't needed to for a while. It's very easy to trade stuff away. Keep items out of your fortress. Lower the item counts so that the game isn't tracking as much stuff. If you have a smaller PC, embark on a smaller map. No, we haven't seen any jobs UI yet. General. Yeah, I mean, Tarn's saying he didn't want a spreadsheety thing was at PAX, and I don't believe we've had any visual look at what their intent for that's going to look like yet. No, totally, Super Dick. Which is one of the reasons why I get like a little bit squinty-eyed at people when they say that I'm playing the game the way it was intended. Or is it my fault for having a bad frame rate for playing the game the way it was intended? It's like, well, it's a sandbox. How the fuck do you know the way the game was intended to be played? Right? It's just a really goofy argument to me. Where did they spawn? Oh, they're there. Really? We're getting another microwave? How are they getting onto the island? Weird. Ooh, a duck. Dog or duck? Puppy. Pretty small migrant. Well, nope, never mind. There's more. There's a peasant. I'm going to give you stone detailing because I need that for right now. Petition. What? Crafts Guild Hall? Nope. Oh! BunnyAbby. Now has many worshippers for the defended dominion. And now requires a temple and a priest. Very religious faction, this. The player doesn't need to accommodate the game. But if the player would like to accommodate the frame rate, then that's up to the player, right? Think about it this way. In City Skylines, you can completely wreck the frame rate very easily by just building massive sprawling megascapes. Very easy. It's extremely easy to wreck the frame rate in cities. You very rarely see people complaining about the frame rate in cities because they know that they're going beyond what the game can really handle, but they don't care. They do it anyway, right? But with Dwarf Fortress, when you go beyond what the game can really handle, they bitch, moan, and complain and say the game's broken. I've never fully understood this. Like, why do people talk shit about Dwarf Fortress not working because the frame rate's not good? Yet City Skylines does extremely well and everybody loves it. And nobody complains about bad frame rates in that game, even though that game runs significantly worse on every computer I've ever owned than Dwarf Fortress. I don't understand. Like, I don't get it. It's like literally every sandbox game ever made is like this. Minecraft, City Skylines, Dwarf Fortress, Rust, Ark Survival Evolved. Name a sandbox game. You can probably break it by building too much stuff. The fact that it lets you build too much stuff to be able to break it is what's cool about it. And of course, there are ways to optimize your frame rate. And that's on the player and player knowledge. I mean, yeah, Valheim, fuck yeah. I mean, literally any sandbox game ever made has this problem. But Dwarf Fortress is the one that I see the most complaints about. And I never see anybody referencing other games that have similar amounts of freedom. I mean, RimWorld's just a terribly programmed video game, but that's a different conversation for a different situation. Exactly, Super Dick. Exactly. I mean, although here's the thing. You can actually run Dwarf Fortress quite functionally on a potato PC. That's a cool looking island, I'm not going to lie. Like, I know somebody who plays Dwarf Fortress extremely well on a netbook. Runs perfectly. But he has to compromise his experience, for sure. He sets his population cap down to 25, but also then changes the Titan cap and all the other fun caps so that he can get raids, get attacked, gets ambushed by elves. Granted, it's like groups of like 4 to 12 instead of like 50 to 150. You can get giants and all that. He's just changed his RAWs so that he gets it. Has a very similar dwarfy experience on a tiny little netbook with no graphics card and plays the game just fine at totally acceptable playable frame rates. So You just need to adjust your game to run on your system at the level of performance that you expect. And if you want a higher frame rate, that's on you to set the game up in such a way so that it'll operate at that frame rate. If you want to build a massive sprawling megaplex underground, build a computer that can run it. Or, alternatively, adjust your game as such. I don't think that that's necessarily like a radical statement to make, but for some people it is. And I will endlessly scratch my head at that. I've played a lot of sandbox games, like for a very, very, very long time. And I've broken a lot of sandbox games to the point where they just don't run because of how brutal I am to their frame rates. I understand it's part of the game. No, you don't. No, you don't, Zanny. It's not really upgraded in forever. Anything with high single core speeds is going to increase your performance in DF. So high single core clock speeds. So yes, I do know. And yes, I did. And it is getting more optimized with every patch, Super Dick. Literally, it got better performance with the most recent patch and the patch before that. Dwarf Fortress runs remarkably well considering how far most people push it. Cold poke. See, that's just playing the game, though. Managing your animals' populations is just part of Dwarf Fortress. Otherwise, you're just letting the game run. Like, if you play it like an idle game, yeah, everything's going to overflow. But isn't the point of Dwarf Fortress that you play and maintain it? If you're not playing or maintaining it, what's the point? You're not even playing the game at that point. If you're not, like, maintaining and adjusting your animals and culling your supplies and trading and all that, like, isn't that playing Dwarf Fortress? Or do people just want to completely ignore that whole portion of the game and purely focus on murdering everything that breathes? Because that seems to be the more likely situation. Yep, fair enough, Super. Hey, Katsu, how's things? Yeah, it has been. Has been. I don't know. I know I have unpopular opinions on this, but it's... I just don't understand the visceral levels of complaining I see all the time about Dwarf Fortress specifically when it's very similar to every other sandbox game ever made. I just... boggles my mind. I know that feel. Hang in there. I know that feeling, Katsu. If set up correctly, yes, Zanny. But I've had okay, so example. I once built a fortress, a city in City Skylines, and let it run. I just had it running. I was just playing it off stream. And a traffic jam built up that did actually degrade my frame rate. So I don't necessarily agree with that. The whole city came to a screeching halt because of a traffic jam. The entire city. While I was gone. City more or less went bankrupt. Good thing I had unlimited money turned on. And I was like hundreds of thousands of dollars in the black. Is that not the game degrading by just being left? How is that any different, really? Also, Minecraft, there is It depends on where you're from, Zycrom. So when it comes to sandbox games, there's always going to be ways to just let the game run to eventually kill itself. In the black or in the green? Black is in the negative, green is in the positive. Nobody likes to know it all. But at the end of the day, I don't see the purpose of this whole conversation because this is all stuff we all know about. And I don't agree. And we all know this. We've had this conversation many times. I'm not going to agree. So, shrug. Just learn to play the game and you too won't have problems. Anybody burning wood? There we go, cool. Meltdown tetrahedrite. Apparently I can make Billin. I'm just gonna make some tetrahedrite on repeat for a bit. I have no idea. I've heard black as a positive thing and red as negative. I've also heard green as positive and black as negative. I've also heard blue as positive and black as negative. So, actually, if anything, I think green would probably be an American thing because of American money being green. Sew less clothes? No. You don't need to sew less clothes, but you should probably stop making rock scepters on repeat. Should probably slaughter some of your chickens. Yeah, if anything, I think green would be American specific. Anyway. I don't know. This whole conversation is exhausting. Because it hurts sometimes being so right. I don't know. Was clothing because big farms? Big farming destroyed your frame rate? That's unfortunate. I mean, dwarves need clothes. Sell your used clothes. Should be your #1 trade good. I love the mug economy as much as everybody else, but used clothing is just as lucrative. And you're making it anyway. Those humans love to break down that dwarven fabric. I need a mechanic. You're a peasant. You want mechanics? There you go. Of what color and what means in economic balance sheets? Oh, really? Huh. Interesting. I'm not surprised, actually. Looks like our moat's almost full. Almost. I think I'm just going to hide all of the wood that's at the bottom of the moat because I'm never getting it out. Don't need to know it's there. Don't need to know it's there. Because I'm being lazy. Hmm. If I put some ramps up right there. It doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Not gonna lie. Doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Really? Okay. Turns out, if you dig up underneath a stockpile, it doesn't actually break the layer above. Interesting. But it will drop the wood down through it. That's interesting. Did you know that if you built a stockpile and then channeled up from underneath it, it will drop the thing from the stockpile through the floor, but not actually put a hole in the floor? Interesting. That's not how I make quantum stockpiles, but okay. The way I always made quantum stockpiles was with a minecart, and you'd push it, and it would go one forward. So when they place an item into the pile, the next item would then just automatically get knocked over and then into the pile right next to it. So you could have like a minecart designated for wood and a minecart designated for rocks and a minecart designated for, I don't know, swords. And then they just go throw them all in there and they'd flip over. Oh, yeah, no dump designations over empty space I know about, but I've never done that with a stockpile specifically. I didn't know you could do that with a like designated stockpile. I know about dumping, obviously. But I didn't realize you could do it without that. Interesting. The more you know. I don't know. I hate quantum stockpiles though, because those are a common method of wrecking frame rate based on the previous discussion. Want to fuck your frame rate? Use a lot of quantum stockpiles. You want to really wreck your frame rate? Use quantum stockpiles. Speaking of wrecking frame rate, let's bring some bars and blocks up here. Especially fun, though, is also just leaving stuff in shops is sort of a pseudo quantum stockpile, which also doesn't help. What are those ours? Bunnies! It's Easter, so we brought a shit ton of bunnies, and they're all set as pets. Why do they mess with frames? So if an item is in a stockpile, the game is not tracking its physics, meaning it is not an active physics object. So if an item is in a stockpile, it is calculated as existing, but if water rushes over it, it'll just stay in the stockpile. Does that make sense? So it basically glues it to the stockpile. If you take an item out of the stockpile or leave it in a quantum stockpile or in a dumped state or just sitting on the ground outside of a stockpile, the game is tracking its physics, meaning it's an active physics object in the game. So quantum stockpiles are basically quantum stockpiles of active physics objects, whereas a storage pile or like a normal stockpile is not. So if you are leaving, let's just say 100,000 blocks in a stockpile, that's 100,000 active physics objects that the game is tracking, if I'm not mistaken. But apparently that's half right. So that's just how I understand it. But if I'm wrong, please correct me, Ocelot. Because that's the way it was explained to me. What's up, Ray Shallow? Depends on how you're quantum stockpiling. I'm not talking about quantum stockpiling. I'm talking about frame rates, and I'm talking about leaving items in shops. If you have it designated as a stockpile, then yes. It removes the objects from physics. What are you talking about? Are you talking about stockpiles? And that slows down frame rate. If you're actively removing all the items from the stockpile, depends on what you're trying to do. You're talking about something completely different than what I was talking about, my dude. When an item is sitting in a stockpile, it removes the physics from the item. If it's sitting in a quantum dump pile, there still is physics on the item. If you set it up with a stockpile on top of it, like you're saying, then yes, it would remove it. You just came from my plans? Okay, well, you're correcting something that I wasn't talking about, but okay. I'm talking about leaving items in workshops. So if you have like 100,000 blocks in a mason shop is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about quantum stockpiles here. I was talking about quantum stockpiles, but I switched subjects. You're talking purely about correctly set up quantum stockpiling. Yes, you are right. But I'm talking about leaving items in shops. Also, what kind of plants? You never got the workshop stockpile thing? It's when, like, you just don't build stockpiles. I know of quite a few people who do that. They just don't build stockpiles and just let items sit in the workshop. And so they'll have tens of thousands of active physics objects just sitting there. Quantum physics. It's not actual quantum physics, but it's just infinite stockpiles. Get them done. Also, you can remove mass workloads from these by just simply putting wheelbarrows on it. Now there's only 3 jobs on that stockpile, but I want this done quicker, so. Depends on how you set it up. There's 4 different ways of making quantum stockpiles off the top of my head. That's not how it was explained to me at all, and that's not how I read it on the wiki. It's if, like, something displaces them. So, like, if water runs over them, or if someone picks up something and throws it, that's when the physics happen. If they are bumped by something, right? So if they're sitting in a stockpile, water flows over it, they stay in the stockpile. If they're just dumped on a tile and water flows over it, they all move. That's the difference. But anyway, I hate discussing this shit. It always just turns into a spitting match. Yes, this is like, okay, so literally you're just, okay, never mind. You're correcting things that I'm not discussing. But it's whatever. I need more coffee on a different subject because you're literally correcting things that I wasn't talking about. So now that I've clarified it, good to know. I love this game, but I hate this game sometimes. That's sand, white sand on a beach. Those are the waves. Then why did you enter into the conversation halfway through a conversation? If you didn't know the context of the conversation, you just immediately start correcting people instead of asking what we were discussing. Future note, I guess. Yeah, blue tildes are water. The white tildes in this instance are sand. They could be snow. Snow is a little bit more eye destructive. Eyeball destructive. Destructive on the eyes than white sand is. White sand has a slight yellow tint to it. So if you see them side by side, one kind of looks like snow that's been peed on. These assumptions are a fun way to get in trouble. This is true. This is true. Just like in real life, yes. I'm making those walls as wave breakers. I'm making those walls to have walls. Also, things can walk underwater. Although we probably won't get invaded because we are on a desert island where there is nothing. Because next week I'm going to make a way for these dwarves to get off this desert island. Well, it's more like a savanna and swamps kind of thing with some deserts and rocky outcrops. These walls are mostly just aesthetics. Being frank. Walls stop swimmers. This is true. No one likes swimmers. Walls stop floaters. Overhand? Oh, you mean overhang? Once I get to the next layer. Next layer will be an overhang. I'm going to do a 2-layer. I don't know. Why would I be in England? As a Canadian at the far end of Canada, I don't know what an England is, frankly. Never been there, never met her, never seen her. But I'm not super worried of. But I do plan on doing a second layer. The only reason I'm not overhanging right now is because I know we're just not going to get invaded because there's no invaders on this island. We're on this tiny thing all the way down here, which is completely separated from the mainland. We're rebuilding this faction. I built this fortress, this one, and this one. These are all my little forts. This faction literally just had this when we started. And since then, they've grown this hillocks after I built one other fort here. It's a depressing island filled with xenophobic fools. No, it's an island of dwarves that got washed off of the. Oh wait, are you talking about England? Yeah. Okay. No, that I can assure you we're not England, if that's the case. An island fortress? Yeah, no. Well, I mean, we're not an island fortress. I just built a moat because it was cool. If I was building in England, well, we'd need French to invade. Or French to get invaded by. And we don't have either of those things. So instead, I'm just building a place to keep my wabbits safe. Because I've got all kinds of bunnies. Look at all these cute bunnies. I got so many bunnies. Geese? I legit read that as Greece the first time I read it. I was like, Greece? Why would Greece be in... Oh, geese. I mean, I guess. If that's what you insist on. I mean, Alcatraz is much smaller. This would be much closer to an Alcatraz than in England. Because England is like a tiny little itty-bitty baby country, but still bigger than Alcatraz, right? This is much more like Alcatraz scale, I guess. Because it's just a small thing that I kind of dug out at the coast on a small island. So, yeah, no, I would definitely compare it more to that. Also, yep, frames are about as bad on this island as I was expecting because of the way I've set it up, but it's okay. Last time you had a pet bunny, it bit your nose? Only once? I feel like I've only ever been bit by people's pet bunnies. Also, Sen, you have a good night. I probably totally missed you. The light color of green on names is hard to read. Only once? What, did you teach that poor bunny a lesson after that? Or did you just never touch the bunny again? Rabbits have like astonishingly large mouths. It's like rabbits are so cute and then they yawn and you're like, oh, Jesus Christ. Could eat a whole apple. Pissing and shitting in the bed. I have a solution. Don't keep vermin in the house. But that's my solution. Or, you know, don't let the bunny rabbit in your bedroom if you want it to not piss and shit on your bed. All right, so I was correct. You did teach it a lesson for biting you. It bit you once and you gave it away. Sounds about right. This is why when people ask me why I don't have pets, it's because I like animals. Look at my walls. There's the front door getting set up. Like it's a non-live wire. What my childhood cat liked to do that. Go after live cables, or just cables in general. I'm not gonna comment on it, Bastet. What to do with the bugger? I mean, totally. I mean, it just strikes me as poor owner management. I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. So I'm pretending that this person isn't here because we're on an island and game mechanics be damned. I have a problem with people who get pets because they look cute without properly learning how to take care of them. And I feel like that happens a lot of the time. People will get a pet because, oh, that would be fun, or, oh, that looks cute, or something to that extent, without realizing how much work and care a lot of animals need. And then I read stories about, you know, getting bit and then immediately getting rid of the pet, like what Bastet was just talking about, or something similar to that. And it always just kind of makes me sad to hear about that shit. Because it's like, well, it's an animal. Like sitting on the guitar amp. So those people should never have babies. A lot of people shouldn't have had babies. Like, let's be honest. It's like when science fiction movies are talking about, oh, you need a license to have a child. And I'm just like, yeah, it seems kind of wise. I'm not going to lie. I mean, that's pretty true in certain countries right now, but I don't know. I don't know. Why did I use ramps? I should have used stairs. Your snapping turtle bit me. God, I wonder why. My snapping turtle bit me and I don't have a dick left. One of your horses broke your foot. Broke your foot. Well, see, that's on you. Like, if a horse breaks your foot, that's the foot getting broken person's fault. Mm-hmm. Totally. Usually have some awful disease too. Grub. Usually have some awful disease. This is curious. I've never seen them like go to start filling a stockpile from like 0.3 towards the top and then, or from the bottom and then coming back later and filling in the bottom part. You miss riding horses? I'm terrified of horses. Fucking scary ass creatures. Anybody who can like go near a horse and not have a panic attack, I have so much respect for you. It's not me. Can't do it. Absolutely not. Like I love looking at horses from a very safe distance when they're on the other side of a fence. But I do not like horses. Horses don't like me, so that's totally fine. Your parents often underestimate the taking care of pets, yeah. I mean, I owned fish when I was younger, right? And the first few fish I owned certainly died of dumb shit. But after a while, like, I figured it out. It took a bit, though. How do I feel about cows, then? I've never been kicked by a cow. I've also never been kicked by a horse, but I've seen videos of people getting kicked by horses. I've never seen videos of people getting kicked by a cow. Also, I can stand next to most cows and see over top of them, meaning I'm taller than them, so less scary because I'm taller than them. Hey, Dave, what's up? If I can see over the creature, I am by default less afraid of it. Had fish and gerbils. I have houseplants. I like my houseplants a lot. All right, I think it's time that we actually assign a noble. We've been here for 2 years. Goden, you seem to be good at brokering. You can be our manager. Oh, who's also already our mayor, apparently, which I was completely unaware of. All right, well, Goden's our mayor. As I wasn't paying attention. Tell me what I have in my fort's inventory, please. Let's make 10 silver statues. Cue that up while we're at it. I mean, I'll say this. I've stood right next to many horses, right? My older sister growing up was obsessed with horses. And my aunt owns horses, still does, just not on her property anymore. And my neighbors growing up owned horses, right? So I grew up around a lot of horses. I've never had to shovel cow poop in a cow field with cows walking around. I have had to shovel horse manure in a horse field with horses walking around, right? So I have way more experience of being around horses. So I can't really give you an accurate assessment of whether or not I would be afraid of cows if I had to be close to cows for an extended period of time. I've had near misses with horses. I haven't with cows. So I would say the reason I would be indifferent to cows over horses is I've never been charged by a cow. Probably would be charged by a bull, but I'd probably be afraid of bulls and not afraid of cows, actually, specifically. Like, I wouldn't want to be left alone with a bull. Cow, on the other hand, a bit more docile. They're also less jumpy than horses. Horses are like, okay, so if a horse is, all horses to me kind of have the personality of a 14-year-old girl. You make a loud noise, they scream, right? So a horse is easily startleable. I feel like if I flinch wrong because a mosquito bit me, that horse is going to run around and kill me. Whereas a cow, if you like make a loud noise right behind them, they just go at you and tell you to fuck off. So if a cow is like a surly old lady, a horse is like a 14-year-old girl. I'm much more afraid of a 14-year-old girl than a 70-year-old surly old lady. Does that make sense? But generally, I haven't been attacked by a cow. I've been chased by horses. No, bulls are horrifying. Bulls specifically, but the question was about cows. I don't believe I've ever been in close proximity with a baby cow. My other neighbors had cows, but they were generally pretty far away from us. Although there was one time one of them broke out of their field and got into my backyard, which was kind of funny. We had a cow wandering around. I'll say this. I'm more afraid of horses than bears. True story. Way more afraid of horses than bears. Not really afraid of bears. Very fucking scared of horses. I've also had way more close run-ins with horses than bears. Unless there's a baby bear around and I don't know where mom is, then I'm totally fine with most bears. If there's a baby bear and I don't know where mommy bear is, yeah, then you better fucking run. But if I just see one bear, that's fine. You just see a bear, that is A-okay. Bears don't exist? Nah, bears are fine. Yeah, it's when you see a bear cub that you have to be concerned. And I've been in that situation, and that can be scary, but it's... what was I doing? Yeah, calves are usually more scary for you because they tend to be hyper. They possess much weight and power of an adult male, and they're no less predictable. Sure, fair enough. But like cows are still slower than horses. Like I maintain that. Like a horse can move way faster, and a horse has a way longer leg, and it is like give you an idea. I've walked around a cow, no problems. I will not walk behind a horse. That's the difference between me and cows and horses. Like I can walk around a happy cow. I will not walk around a happy horse. Period. But generally, when it comes to animals that are bigger than me, I like to keep a fence between me and them because I don't see very well, frankly. And if there's a mad cow or a mad horse, I ain't going to see it anyway. So it doesn't really matter whether it's a bear, cow, horse, or a fucking lion. I don't really want to be in an enclosure with it. That's kind of my take on big animals. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. No, my fears of big animals. TED Talk. I am afraid of animals. AMA. I need to make a temple. Check my bar counts. 132 copper, 23 silver, 48 charcoal, 1 billin. There's a doe deer that hangs around the property of one of the houses you deliver to about once a month. They don't get their mail. Oh, really? Wait, is it owned by the property? Like, do they have a pet deer? Oh, that's not cool. Yeah, fuck that shit. Wild animals should not be cared for like pets. Don't do that. I'm gonna go put this in the counter. 2 seconds. Okay, what do you want? You're a leather worker? Excuse me. Need leather works. Yeah, no, I mean, I probably wouldn't deliver their mail either. Never fear the guard, dear. Or always fear the guard, dear? I don't know. Man, 15 worshippers of that. Temple of Rain, that's fitting because it's the god of... It's fitting that it's called the Temple of Rain because it's the god of laws and weather. So rain and taxes is the that temple. Of rain and taxes. But yeah, no, that's kind of sketch, Dave. That is kind of sketch. Is this like a what's the word I'm thinking of here? Is this like a rural property? So I guess it's kind of one thing if it's a super rural house. But if it's not, then yeah, there's no logic for that. So what do you guys think of my moat? I think this fortress turned out kind of nice, frankly. It's not a rural property? Yeah, that's bizarre. It does, but the map is so large, the frame rate's atrocious. That's my own doing. It's not the fault of the game, that's because of how big this map is. Certainly didn't need to embark on a map this big. Just wanted to. Need sharks and lasers in the moat? I mean, if I wasn't abandoning this fort today, we could pump lava into the moat and launch lava across it. Because I don't know how much you know about this game, but, you know, each layer here is, like, the same size as the top map, right? And I've dug down to layer 15, which is where I live, down here. But the actual map itself goes all the way down to layer 128. So there's a lot going on in this little map. All right, I should make bedrooms, which is what I'm going to queue up now. Because I got like 50 dwarves, so I need like 50 bedrooms. Or 40 bedrooms will probably do her. Oh, there's multiple big nasties living undergrounds on multiple layers of big nasties. There's procedurally generated big nasties. There's not procedurally generated big nasties. There's obvious big nasties, hidden big nasties. All of that kind of fun stuff. All of that kind of fun stuff. If it exists in Lord of the Rings, you can find it times 10 in DF. Which is why I say there's really no spoilers in DF, because, like, they did it in Lord of the Rings. You just saw this on Twitch. Oh, really, Dave? Yeah, that's about right. Really? More migrants? This is impressive to me. I kind of figured because it's an island embark, we'd stop at a point. More dwarfs. Welcome, dwarfers. Urvad? Well, he needed a nicer mechanic. 62 dwarves. Good stuff. I'm sorry, what? Dwarf Fortress has Fog of War? Well, the player can see things the dwarves can't. Posed a ban on certain exports. Oh no. And a farmer guild has been created. Really? Do I actually have that many farmers? I guess so, yeah. They're just split across 2 pages. Might as well start building a farmer guild. Now the loud neighbors above me are vacuuming. I guess because they're done hammering in all the nails. Since there's evil trick subs here, it's worth mentioning. I think I have new neighbors that I've gained recently, and I think that they're related to evil trick's neighbors. They listen to really loud music at weird hours, and they were banging nails in the walls earlier today, and now they're vacuuming. 3rd time this week. Company of Butterflies. A farmer guild now exists. And you get to deal with them. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. Also, I've got this leather worker. Did I ever make that? Yeah, I do have a leatherworks. They never actually constructed it. I gotcha. Need somebody with no job. You. Like leather? Please construct that for me. So that this dwarf doesn't go bazonkers on me. In a 600 square foot apartment, yeah. Like it takes me like 5 minutes to vacuum my whole apartment. Yes, I have. Why do you ask, Michelle? What does that have to do with anything? I don't find the air quotes really hard biomes particularly interesting in Dwarf Fortress. Like the evil biomes, I find that most of the threats that the game throws at you to be a little bit hide underground and then just ignore the surface. And I don't find that to be particularly enjoyable. What I do like, though, is the Untamed Wilds, where you just get really weird big creatures settling close to a necromancer tower where they send zombies and fighting those off. That's fun. So I'd rather be on like an Untamed Wild swamp with like weird giant ticks and giant alligators and giant snapping turtles and that kind of weird stuff spawning, and lots of birds and things, and then just the dead walk, hide while you still can. But my main fortress, Long Death, is very much not focused on any kind of combat, so there's very little of that actually going on in most of my DF play. Well, that's okay. It's kind of how I like it. All right, let's get bedrooms made. Setting a challenge in an undead biome? Okay. I mean, you probably watched one of thousands, but okay. And your point is what? Can I ask a serious question? What is it with people's obsession with, air quotes, challenges in video games? I like interesting scenarios. Challenges are just monotonous tests of boredom, generally. His DF game was glitchy, so he had a hard time to tell exactly what was what. The pink colors were not helping. Okay, so he didn't know how to play the game. Sounds like a very skilled YouTuber. It's excellent, like, you know, it's always fun watching people who, what's the word I'm looking for? Get paid to play video games for a living and then are unable to, you know, learn the video game before playing it. Yeah, that's not glitchy. Sounds like he just had his colors set up shit. You can customize all the colors. If he was having a hard time telling what's what, sounds like he really just doesn't know what he's doing. You can play Dwarf Fortress with all of the colors set to the same color, and it's playable. It's just a matter of looking at things. His game was bit on the 404? What do you mean? Like it was crashing? Sounds like you watched an awful Let's Play, is my descriptor to you. Sounds like you watched an awful Let's Play. Bedrooms. We've been here for 2 years. It's time that I give them actual bedrooms. Dwarf Fortress is one of those games where everything becomes immediately more apparent once you've played it. There are certain ways of showing people what's what really easily. Krug Smash is very good at that. He's a very talented storyteller in Dwarf Fortress. But generally when people try and play Dwarf Fortress like an RTS or a game where you have like tests of skill, it's not really where the game shines. The game shines in its ability to generate stories. You never play on easy. Last time I checked, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have difficulty modes, though. There is no easy, medium, or hard in DF. Ha, 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 ha. No, DF is the superior game to the inferior clone that is RimWorld. And even the creator of RimWorld knows that. But RimWorld also directed the focus on completely irrelevant different things, which is partially what ruined the game in the creator's eyes. He's talked about this in interviews before. Yeah, I'm just teasing you. Dave, I'm just teasing you. Yeah, so do I. Mom Katsu. I mean, they can be. Because Dwarf Fortress is kind of like Minecraft in that there are more tile sets than you can count. So if you want graphics, you can definitely have Dwarf Fortress with perfectly functioning graphics. Most people don't bother making or setting up a tile set for themselves. Is it just me, or do the colors, the YouTube version, look slight different from the colors in this live stream? I don't change them. Maybe YouTube, maybe it's just a artifact thing on YouTube, potentially, I don't know. Inges, the leather worker, has created Dosimbir Radiknakuth, a frilly horse leather skirt. Ooh. Dwarves can't make frilly things. Why is it frilly? I don't believe I've ever seen an artifact that's described as frilly. Neat. No problem, Dave. I plan on doing more. It's worth 70 or 7,920. Respectable. This is a frilly horse leather skirt. All craftsdwarf is of the highest quality. This object is adorned with hanging rings of fellite and menaces with spikes of horse leather and tetrahedrite. Beautiful. Yes, because I hit a button and turned it off. So naturally the camera would be gone. I could also hit another button and turn it back on. I can also hit another button and turn it off. I could also be over here or up here, or down here, or off, or on, or off. Smile. But you don't know that, because I'm gone. Doot, 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 doot. Oh, also, stream's starting soon, guys. Stream's off. Now he's gone. It's magic. See? Every time I snap my fingers. There we go. I faltered the first time. There we go. See? Magic. Look at the cam. Now back to me. Now back at the cam. Then back to me. Unfortunately, he isn't me. But is he really snapping his fingers? This is, ironically, this isn't a stream deck. The cam is now diamonds. There you go. God, if I could like completely reenact that ad on Twitch, that would be amazing. Oh, really? I used up all my silver? God damn it. Filling my temple up with statues. Try to picture looking at flashing lights in Vegas at night and then picture a small computer screen. That was a struggle you had watching DF for so many moving parts, blinking and going on at once. Okay, sure, totally. Here's the thing that I will tell you. Dwarf Fortress is a game that scales, right? So initially, things are very small. And it takes a little while for stuff to kind of grow to the point where it's what you're describing, where it's tons of little flashy lights that are blinky, that are hard to follow. Yes, definitely, and I completely agree. But if you're the one playing, it negates the issue significantly because you can always pause, press K, and look at a thing and see what it is, right? So if you are playing Dwarf Fortress and having a hard time following that, or if you're watching Dwarf Fortress and having a hard time following that, I would recommend playing the game a little bit, and then suddenly that difficulty layer melts away a little bit. When I first played Dwarf Fortress, it was ASCII, and I'd only seen static screenshots because it was fucking 2009 and there wasn't very many videos on the internet about games like this. I mean, there was a few, but like they were super low quality and kind of shit. So I went and found better videos, or I would just find screenshots or something. So I didn't really watch tutorials way back when I first started messing with Dwarf Fortress. I never got heavily into it because I was playing other games and weirdly obsessed with trying to not be shit at League of Legends for some stupid fucking reason. And so I kept playing other stuff. But watching Dwarf Fortress isn't really how you learn Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is a game that it's not... learning Dwarf Fortress isn't like learning RimWorld. You can't just like kind of stare at it and figure it out. Learning Dwarf Fortress is like learning a board game or like learning how to play Dungeons and Dragons. You don't just sit down and stare at the board and figure it out. You sit down, you grab the manual or a PDF file, and you read it. And you learn. And over time, my temple is now happy. I just need to assign a priest. And over time, you'll pretty quickly pick it up. It's not as crazy as I think people think it is. You just have to play it like a board game where you read the fucking manual. You do it once, you kind of get it. You read the manual again. The second time's a little easier. Third time you read the manual again. You pretty much got it. Fourth time, you're pretty good. And then fifth time, okay, I got it. And that's kind of what the process of learning DF is like. You sit down with the game, you set it up as best you can, and you read the wiki. You do the quick start guide for Fortress mode. You learn a little bit. You do it again on a different fort after dying. You do it a third time after dying, and you pick it up. I cannot fully agree with the argument that the graphics are hard to follow and not for everybody. Because, yes, they're hard to follow and hard to look at initially for anybody. But if you have your colors set up, in not the default colors, because the default colors are obnoxious, I agree, or have a tile set, and you're playing slowly and just learning over time, it's not hard to pick it up. If it was, someone who is legally blind like myself, would have a much harder time. This is easier to follow and keep track of what's going on than many games that I used to play, like League of Legends. As my eyes have degraded, games like this have become easier, and games like Warframe have become impossible. So it's a matter of sitting down and learning it. Yes, everything you've stated, Rochella, is correct. There's lots of moving parts, blinking, things going on at once, and your brain has to process none of them because you do not need to pay attention to the vast majority of the shit on the screen. Ever. There's a few specific things you need to watch out for, but you learn to see those if you learn the game over time the way you're supposed to, instead of just trying to sit down and know what's going on like a modern game. Dwarf Fortress is special because it doesn't give a shit about holding your hand. It doesn't care about making the game an easy, approachable thing. It doesn't care about you knowing immediately what's going on at a glance. That's not the point of Dwarf Fortress. The point of Dwarf Fortress is to be a wholly unique, massive, interesting, different experience to everything else out there, and it achieves that flawlessly. So, should I say thanks for coming to my TED Talk again? I don't know at this point. I need a couple more dwarves. Well, actually, you know, yeah, I'll take these fisheries workers and I'll get these guys gathering plants. Farming. Plant gathering. There's another one. Plant gathering. And farming. Plant gathering. There we go. Let's go forage ourselves some food, guys. We're a little low. But yes, absolutely, losing is fun. And yes, you will lose forts to zombies. Yes, you will lose forts to weird undead clouds. Yes, you will lose forts to a vampire. Yes, you will lose forts to were creatures. Yes, you will lose forts to titans. You'll probably lose a fort to a dragon. Yes, you'll lose forts to rocks. Yes, you'll lose forts to forgotten beasts. You'll dig too deeply and too greedily and discover the fun zone. Why are they still fucking vacuuming? What the fuck did they do up there? Good lord. That shoot webs. Dude, the last time I found a forgotten beast made of iron, I almost cried. All right. I need 2 levers. There's this misconception that ASCII graphics and simple tile sets like this are automatically difficult to look at for some reason that I don't get. It's just you're not used to it, so thus it's impossible, which is very sad. It's just very sad that some people actually genuinely believe that. Because they're missing out on so much. I need to get this area done first. So I've got that temple set up, the Temple of Rain. And Woe Is Me is our sacred help, the holy person of the Temple of Rain. This is a very religious faction. I feel like most of the gods worship the same, most of the dwarves worship the same god, and the vast majority of them are also part of the same religion, which is neat. I like heavily religious forts. Got some meals coming up. All right, let's get some beds placed. Get a set of witness puzzles. Oh, it's so good. What area are you in? Audio, if I can ask. Oh, the swamp. Yeah, I gotcha. That one actually was tricky for me. Not the hardest one. I think Hardest area for me was probably the trees with the unwrapping conveyor belt puzzles. And we need a farmer guild. Okay. I need a couple more crafts dwarf shops. Now I'm worried that I went through that whole spiel and Rachel had already left or something. But yeah, I don't know. I think that this game is only as hard to play and hard to learn as you make it for yourself. If you are completely and totally convinced that Dwarf Fortress is an unlearnable mess, you'll never learn it. And that's okay. You don't need to. But it's very rewarding if you do. My spiels are still informative for people? Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. I mean, at the end of the day, the biggest problem, I think, for people on learning DF is it's not the graphics. It's just lack of desire to actually do it, which was my problem for the longest time. And I swear that, like, what I talk about when I talk about, like, issues learning this game because it's just I didn't put in the effort, is because that's quite literally what it was for me. Like, for me, for ages, it was just excuses of, like, oh, man, you know, like, it's hard to learn that game. And it is. It's not easy, but, like, once you do, my God, you'll very quickly end up realizing that you have decided to learn one of the most interesting games ever made. It's sort of like people who are way into obscure tabletop role-playing games. Fucking evangelize for them, like, constantly. Like, constantly shouting out their favorite authors, promoting that stuff, talking about it, helping other people learn that it exists, encouraging other people to try interesting, unique, independently developed rule sets and all that shit. Kind of for the same reason. It's better than everything else. People who like Dwarf Fortress really like Dwarf Fortress because it's good. There's got to be something here. Otherwise, you wouldn't hear people talking about it ever. It wouldn't be one of the most wishlisted games on Steam. There's a reason for it. Realistically, Dwarf Fortress just needs more people like myself and needs more people like Krug Smash going around and telling people that they need to play it. But, you know, it's a weekend and it's also a game that people think is inscrutable. So because of that, it's quiet. Maybe when the Steam version's out, that'll be less of an issue. And there will be more people watching this stream every day. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe the Steam version will come out, it'll totally flop, no one will care, and, you know, I'll still be wishing I had more people watching, but I'll still be here. All the big channels who will be here briefly won't. Playing the games that I like. And thank you at the end of the day for everybody who funds me to do this shit. So I certainly wouldn't be here if it wasn't for people who helped support this channel. So cheers. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of expected this rabbit population to explode way faster than it is. Like, it is growing pretty exponentially. And it is definitely slowing the game down, but it's not anywhere near as fast as I thought it would be. Crazy Rabbit Fortress is pretty successful, I would say. Just trying to get all of the petition requests done. God, there's so much tetrahedrite down here. Let's get this area filled up. Guild Hall. Okay, which ones have I not done? Farmer, I have not done. The Seal of Waxing, sure. Okay, so I got the Miner done, and I've got the Seal of Waxing. What was the other one that I needed to do? Farmer Guild. I think it was just the Farmer Guild, right? Yes, just farmer and mining. Okay, that's not too bad. In embark building green hashtag, type in K and look at it. What are you asking? I don't understand what you're asking. Diamond? Are you thinking out loud or are you asking a question, I guess, is what I should ask. I'm surprised this doesn't happen more often. Certainly, Diamond. I'm surprised this shit doesn't happen more often. Anybody else surprised that Lamb of God's, like, logo doesn't get stolen by churches more frequently? Because, like, I'm shocked that this doesn't happen, like, all the goddamn time. Like, all the goddamn time. I'm just going to try and get the bedrooms done, and then the other requested spaces done, and then I think these dwarves are in good hands. We're getting there. I was kind of hoping we could get all of the rocks cleared, but we're working on it. Can make sterling silver. Make some of those. There we go. Some dwarves have claimed beds. Zycrom claimed a bed with his wife. Well, it says Lamb of God. So if somebody doesn't know who the band is, they have very simple logos that just say Lamb of God in a kind of Bible-y looking text font. You don't have to hit the hay. Don't hit it too hard. It did nothing wrong. Have a good night. Just remember, don't punish the hay for crimes it did not commit. So I'm kind of like developing a theory in my head, right? This morning, that just scared the piss out of me, man.
Fuck Bezos.
Man, you've had a change of heart. Thanks for the $5. Cheers. Also, is Bezos still the Amazon CEO? When does he step down? Because I know he's like moving to a different company. But goddamn, you have no idea how loud that was in my head. Wasn't expecting that. Like, I'm going to bed. I'm like, ooh, I'm safe. Okay. Shoots me in the back of the noggin. Hit and run, motherfucker. Hit and motherfucker. You mean hit and... Yeah, exactly. There you go. Hit and run. I thought I saw a capital U for a second. I was like, whoa. No. Definitely not. I thought we had human visitors for a moment. Plans for Sunday? Like what I'm streaming tomorrow? I'm not sure. Probably just Long Death. Apparently, I'm going over to visit my parents in the evening. My mom wants to have me over for dinner. So, yeah, I'm not totally sure what's going to happen with that. So maybe I'll start early. Depends. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. Dealing with a lot of back pain last 2 days, which isn't fun. I don't stream on Mondays anymore. It's been a little bit. So now I take Mondays and Fridays off, but I'm trying to do 10-hour streams a day. So just stream 10 hours 5 days a week. So I'm still streaming 50 hours a week. I'm just doing it over 5 days instead of over 6, which is what I was doing previously. So doing that. That's about it. But yeah, aside from that, not too much different. Just kind of playing Dwarfs. Although I've been playing a few other things in the background as well, or not in the background, but on stream as well. Been playing a bit of Dwarf Romantic, enjoying that puzzle game. Yeah, I take Mondays and Fridays off, so I do 3 days on, 1 day off, 2 days on, 1 day off. I've done like a week of it now. We'll see how it shakes up after a little bit, but. Coffin production for dead rabbits. None of them have died yet. I mean, I was worried that they were going to get thwapped by, I was very worried that they were going to get thwacked by, what do you call it? I'm completely blanking now. Platypuses, because there was a bunch of platypuses initially, and platypuses are poisonous. But turns out they've been less of an issue than I thought. But, yeah. Currently, bedroom production for dwarves is more important than coffin production for rabbits. Line.exe has stopped working? No, okay. Like that's link? That's fine. This is why I don't auto-bop links, is because when people forget to put a space after a sentence, then it auto-bops them, which I'm not a huge fan of. But I hope that moving has been smooth, board. Hope moving has been smooth. It's been, we're kind of getting into the beginning of slow season for this channel. Spring break is always a rough patch for my channel. Summer is always the slow season. So we'll see how things go. Hopefully, summer's not too slow this year. I have a feeling it's going to be slower than last summer, though, because last summer was like, everybody was still actually behaving and paying attention to lockdown procedures, but now lockdowns are lifting or people are just completely ignoring them, so it doesn't matter, which sucks. But I have a feeling that it's going to be kind of a tough summer for me, so I'm just kind of bracing, not necessarily financially. Financially, it might be fine, but I'm kind of expecting it to be quiet chat-wise. Like, I'm expecting a lot of dead chat days and stuff like that, but I think I'll be okay. We'll see. We'll see. 2020 was a weird year, and I'm expecting a little bit less of that in 2021. But glad to hear moving's been smooth. Glad to hear. Let's wait until all these beds get installed. Make them claimable. Quite like the way this bedroom design looks. There we go. Nobody's claimed anything yet, but hopefully they do. Good thing it's over quickly, General Grub. It's funny because, like, I've had people tell me that they've gotten repetitive strain injury from assigning bedrooms, and I'm like, if you try playing Tetris on a keyboard, it's way more repetitive, similar motions than assigning bedrooms in DF. I have played Tetris on a keyboard, and I'll have you know, my fingers are completely fucked up and hurt all the goddamn time, and I wish that they would just fall off of my body. All right, so my levers have finally been finished. So you get linked to that bridge, and we'll name you main lock. And go back down to a bedroom layer. Then this one we can call sploosh. And there we go. Once those all get hooked up, we are defensible. Oh yeah, the trees will absolutely still grow. You've probably got seedlings everywhere. If you look at the little plants just hanging around on the ground, a lot of them are probably seedlings. What's the total population? 62. For this fortress. I've gotten way more migrant waves than I was expecting. I was expecting this fortress to be much smaller, but I think that the outside dwarves have some method of getting onto this island in game logic. Like, they must be, like, coming through the caverns or something, because I'm getting dwarves from the mainland that shouldn't be over here. But that's fine. I mean, we're just trying to repopulate this faction. That's the whole point, is bringing this faction back from nothing, so. Which is what we've been working on for, like, 3 weeks now? 4 weeks, actually? Yeah. 4 weeks of the day forts. Exclamation point day fort if you wish to follow along. Yeah, we're trying to rebuild the faction, the Tool of Twisting, because they have some pretty cool history. They allied with an elven civ and fought back a goblin hordes, and then due to poor leadership and the unexpected death and battle of a king, they fell to necromancers and fell into necromancy, and they had a king who tried to become a necromancer, and the faction fell into infighting and disrepair until they fell back to quite literally nothing but a single fortress. And we're trying to rebuild this faction 1 week at a time. There's other factions in this world that are completely destroyed by things like civil wars. There's all kinds of fun shit going on. And we've had the opportunity to get to know and explore whole portions of this world throughout the process of playing day forts. This has been a really fun format for learning about worlds in Dwarf Fortress. Really fun format. Just trying to get the outer wall done. We're getting close, though. We're getting really close. If I were to let this fortress run for another couple of days, we would definitely die to a frame rate death of bunny rabbits because I'm not slaughtering any of them. I wonder if anybody else has claimed bunny rabbits. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Catan's claimed a few. Monkeys has claimed some more from the looks of things. One of my Masons has claimed a few. Good shit, audio. When did they add that, Wave? I haven't seen that yet. Hey, Chad, apparently there's you can put bunny ears on things. On emotes, anyway. Kind of looks like it's coming out of his forehead, or like he put it on his head and it like fell down forward, and he's just like not super thrilled. That's funny. That emote's just great in general, though. It looks like it's coming out of its eyes. It's like it's coming out of its eyes. Okay, Crypt Comfy's funny as hell. That's amusing. Let's see if they get the head in the right place. Oh, apparently I need to refresh to get these. I'm good. I remember the basket from last year, Mandel. I seem to recall they had that one last year. Yeah, it's like been impaled by a bunny rabbit. It's It's like it's going in through the back of the head and coming out the front like, oh God, the pain! I can't handle this agony! That's amusing as hell. Cause I speak the English, my friend. Someone's trying to type in sub emotes. I feel shook by this, yes. But hello, how's things? You don't know how it works? It's okay, neither do I. I don't know how anything works. That's why I just play dwarves and look dumb. Also, I hope you've been well, Mendelf. It's been a minute. Although, ironically, on the topic of German, we were discussing this earlier. I can't speak German and I can't read German. But if someone speaks German to me, I can understand most, air quotes, of what you say. Like, if someone is just, like, yelling at me in German, I can pick up with and follow most of what you're saying. I won't be able to respond in German, but I can at the very least follow and get the gist of it. I'm very happy with how this moat turned out. It's a pretty glorious moat. With all those waves crashing against the walls. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, it's because my family's German, and or large parts of my mom's side of the family specifically is German. And my Oma used to speak German to me. I wonder if how much German she still remembers. She's got early onset dementia these days, so she doesn't remember all that much. Have I been learning that from FG? I've never actually heard FG speak German. Like, outside of jokes, or just like, I'm a yelling German because someone made me. Like, I've never actually, like, listened to her speak German outside of a streaming context. Where is FG even from? Originally Germany, if I'm not mistaken, and studied in the UK, and now lives in the UK. Although I find Kiri's accent to be much more confusing than FG's accent. Just because, like, she sounds like... She certainly doesn't sound like she's from Austria. So I don't know what they're doing up there, but they sound like they're playing DDR. You know, like the sound that people make when they're playing DDR and they're like... Because, like, their feet are just, like, slamming on a DDR. That's what it sounds like up there. It's like... The fuck's going on up there? Calm down. Jesus Christ. It's like 4:30 on a fucking Saturday. Stop it. Neighbors, I've got new neighbors that are doing something up there. I don't know what. I'll take these neighbors over my old neighbors. My old neighbors horribly abused their dog, and it was awful to listen to. They would, like, lock it inside, and it would scream when they weren't home, which was awful. So I'll definitely take loud, thumpy neighbors with kids any day. But, like, seriously, what the hell are they doing up there at the time? It's very perplexing. Dwarfs, do the things, build the walls. Regardless, though, I think that this is a pretty successful little day for it. Kind of disappointed we didn't get mauled by platypi, but got way more dwarves than I was expecting. Is every single one of these beds filled? Nope. Not even half of them. Oh, wow. We've got a lot of married couples. Damn. I made too many bedrooms because too many of my dwarves are married. So they're all just sharing bedrooms. Well, ain't complaining about that. The old Richard Simmons workout DVD. Growing up, we had a Richard Simmons workout VHS. Never had a DVD, though. I remember that VHS. Hear through the floor? I mean, I'm probably the noisy neighbor sometimes, but, like, I shut it off before it gets too late. So I would hope that they wouldn't be too bothered by it. Come on, dwarves. Get the wall smoothed, please. I always fear that I'm the loud neighbor because, you know, I'm, like, talking and shouting into a microphone all day, but, like... And I also have 2 1-meter-tall speakers and a record player and a cassette deck and a radio. But, like... How many people do you think have, like, theater-grade fucking speaker setups just connected to their flat screens? It's like, most of my neighbors probably have nicer, yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Nicer sound setups than I have. Like, I just have big old vintage speakers, but, like, no, I'm not watching, like, Hans Zimmer films. Or films with Hans Zimmer over that. When I watch a movie, it's like with my earbuds in on my phone on my sofa. You know, I really wish that when Twitch charged me for a resub, I could just immediately go pop the notification. I just got an email that I got charged for a resub to Bellinair, and I can't go pop it right now because it's not actually until tomorrow. I miss the good old days of getting charged by Amazon and then immediately being able to just go make noise in my friend's stream. But yeah, no, I understand that pain. That sucks, Katsu. I think a lot of people aren't very considerate to the neighbors they have around them in apartment buildings, and it kind of sucks, but that's also just kind of the reality. Satisfied at work, felt wonder remembering communing with Lun, stable rain. Feels satisfied at work, within the last season was content after eating a fine dish, was interested after having an intellectual discussion with a spouse. Your spouse being Goden, who is my mayor, who is very upset at the fact that they don't have a dining room, chest, cabinet, weapon rack, armor stand, or anything. Is satisfied at work and feels one to remember communing with their god. Feels satisfied at work and within last season was content after eating a fine dish. Can wall be built from a diagonal? No. They cannot start the construction from a diagonal. If the construction has been started, they can finish it from a diagonal, but simple answer is no. They cannot build diagonally, and they will cancel the job if you try and make them build something from scratch diagonally. Bim was bored after being unable to practice a craft for too long, but felt fondness after interacting with a pet. I'm going to open my guild halls to citizens and long-term residents. There we go. Cute little fort, though. Very happy with how this one's turned out. A doe rabbit has been stung by a bumblebee. Is it possible to get stung by a bumblebee? Sort of serious question. Like, serious question. Can you get stung by a... Do bumblebees even have stingers? You think so? Hold on. I'm going to go to the wisest form in the world, Google. Do bumblebees sting is the first thing that pops up. Bumblebees rarely sting. A chance of being stung by a bumblebee can be reduced by avoiding provoking them or making them aggressive. Okay, so they can sting. Huh. Although, I mean, like, look at this shit. Yaw. Bumblebee. I'm very, like, impressed by the fact that I've, like, typed in bumblebee sting, and I haven't seen a single transformer yet. So, yeah, no, they do definitely have stingers, supposedly, but they just don't do it. Of course you can't. Autobots don't sting. See, there you go. Decepticons, however, very, very, very painful stings. You don't ever want to get stung by a Decepticon. Only Autobots. I've got safe search on. No, I don't. Me? Safe search on? Please. How else do you think I've actually streamed images of dildos? Come on. Don't go searching for gemstones on Google, by the way, with safe search off, because if you go searching for gemstones with safe search off, very quickly you will find images of phallic-shaped smooth stones. Very quickly. Can confirm. I found them. Transformer is your first result for just Bumblebee? Actually, hold on. I'm gonna test this because I typed in "do bumblebees sting" was my search. So Bumblebee without a space and no S. Almost all Transformers. Bumblebee with a space between Bumble and Bee. All bug. So if you do Bumblebee no space, you'll mostly get Transformers. If you just type in Bumblebee as two separate words, you'll get the bug. I think it's because them stinging basically is a guaranteed to kill them. Like it's a high chance of their own death. So, maybe they just don't like playing with their lives like that. Which I'd be willing to buy. I don't know. I mean, Google literally stated that it's hard to make them do that, so. Easter Island. I'll be completely honest, and I don't know if any of you guys ever run into this problem, but because I don't take time off for long weekends or anything, and I just work, right? The only time I remember that it is Easter is when I go to grocery stores and see Easter shit everywhere. And the grocery store that I go to now no longer really stocks much of the Easter stuff, except for like mini eggs will show up by the checkout line around Easter time. So I just like forget that Easter exists generally, outside of like people on the internet reminding me, blind, it's Easter. And then I'm like, oh, right. Easter. That's a thing. Fucking Jesus and shit. Bunny rabbits and painted eggs. Bumblebee species are not normally aggressive. They may sting in defense of their nest or if harmed. Yep, makes sense. Speaking of Easter, right now it feels like Christmas because... Speedy, what's up?
Hello.
Didn't you, like, literally just pop a resub like a week ago? But regardless, thank you very much for keeping that massively big subscription alive for a total of fucking 46 months. Dude, that's crazy. That's a lot of months. Like, a stupid number of months. An absurd number of months. But, welcome back. Once again, this is an empty mug. I should fill it up with coffee again. Cheers. Can I get a really big round of beers? Chat room for Speedy keeping that tier 3 subscription alive for 46 months. And also, you know, supporting on other platforms and doing everything that you do. Helping keep the livelihood of this weird stream up and running. I don't know. I can't even describe how thankful I am for the people who support this stream and have supported this stream through every iteration of this stream. Because, like, let's be honest, this channel has changed a shit ton since, like, a long time ago. Well, it's a day for it, so we started it today. It's brand new, basically. The whole goal was I just wanted to breed a lot of rabbits. So far, it's working because all of those little R's up there are rabbits, and all those little R's down there are all rabbits. I don't know if you can see them, but all of these little guys, those lowercase R's, those are all bunnies because it's Easter. So we have a lot of rabbits, and a lot of dwarves are claiming them as pets, and I'm breeding bunnies and all that stuff. So it's pretty good so far. We got lots of bunnies and lots of rabbits. I have a little moat that I dug. We got some beautiful waves coming from the ocean, which is also pretty, and they splash up against the outer walls as we slowly build around. And yeah, it's been chill. When I was doing the amusement park game, you started watching in, well, actually, like probably Planco days, I would guess. Planco, maybe like the end of Roller Coaster Tycoon into the RimWorld era, probably through the RimWorld era, out the other end of the RimWorld era and into Dwarf Fort, where my stream found its final form. Because oddly enough, it might feel like I play a shit ton of Dwarf Fortress, but ironically, I play less Dwarf Fortress in a week than I used to play of the old games I used to play. Like when I played RimWorld, I only played RimWorld and couldn't play anything else because everybody would leave. When I played Planet Coaster, I only played Planet Coaster because if I played anything else, everybody would leave. It's like I actually played less Dwarf Fortress than I used to play the other games that I used to play because I have more variety, oddly enough, in this channel than I ever have. Which is really, really strange when you think about it. Because I have way less variety than the vast majority of channels. Working on my seawall. Hold back the waves a bit. Dwarves are hunting wild boars. Look at that. Yeah, hunting wild boars. Good work. Yep, wild boars. There's also a kakapo flying around. Small flightless green parrot. I didn't know they were flightless. It is nocturnal and counts itself among the longest lived birds. He is muscular and his feathers are green. Don't see those a huge amount. The green Ks that don't need to be set on fire immediately. Besides the hunt skill, quiver, bolts, and crossbows. Quiver is the thing that a lot of people forget because it's one of those items that dwarves generally just show up while they're wearing. So it's pretty common that, like, the player will never actually need to make quivers. But yeah, quiver. Holy crap, look at that. Big old school of fishies. Herring. Herring. Salmon. More herring. I wonder how deep the ocean goes. Just the one tile? That's actually a really shallow ocean. That's our farming area. Dwarves are farming. But seriously, it's mushy and gets annoying after a while. But seriously, thank you to everybody who's stuck around over the years. And also something I should be talking about. I made a command for that. Oh, I see. My bot disconnected literally as I typed that in. Bot, you okay? Nope. Bot is not okay. Due to unstable connection with due to unstable connection over the last 5 minutes, check your router and firewall and antivirus and ensure nothing is blocking the bot. Well, I haven't dropped a single frame, and my connection is stable. So I'm gonna restart the boot, I think. Apologies for Windows beep boops. Oh, were you running into errors? Yeah, if you're running into problems, it would be because you need quivers, probably. Oh, do I need to do this? Great. Two-factor. Yeah, for some reason my bot got unauthenticated from my bot's account, so that's why it wasn't working. Let's see if that works. There we go. All right, so what I was trying to do is there's a link to my Stream Team's Discord. Yeah, I think it does. I think it's 90 days that it expires, but it always throws me off when it does. Anyway, if you haven't and enjoy watching streams from myself and team members, you should probably join that Discord. We're still running our own Discords in the background, of course, but we are going to be doing any like team-related announcements as well as a very nifty notifications of when the streams go live from the various team members over there. So if you join that Discord, it is actually already a very good place to just know when I post stuff, but also when other team members that I have also post things. And it's going to be kind of where we're going to do most of our big announcements for team-related things going forward and in the future. So that's something I should be promoting a little bit more, I think. It was officially announced on Friday, so. Because it's, you know, it's easy to have a stream team, but it's hard to actually like work together on Twitch because Twitch doesn't really give us great tools to do that. So, hope you're doing well. How you feeling, LaFonda? Meds are kicking in. Gotcha. Now the dwarf has given birth. There go the bedrooms. Ever so slowly. Looks like all of the dwarves have proper bedrooms. Blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom. There we go. According to Blind, no. Well, that's because morphine's the fun drug. If you spend time in hospital and they give you morphine, that's the fun drug. Outside, the rest of the drugs are just blech drugs, but as long as they make pain go away, then those are fun drugs at the end of the day. To be clear, the whole are you on the fun drugs and then morphine is the fun drug comment is me being humorous about hospital time. Not actually being totally serious. Morphine's kind of terrifying. I would rather be on morphine than extra strength Tylenol. Extra strength Tylenol doesn't really make the pain go away for me. It just makes me foggy in a way that I hate. Like morphine makes the pain go away and makes me happy. Whereas like extra strength Tylenol just feels like I've been hit by a bus. Like I don't really know how to describe it. It's like I'm really sleepy, want to take a nap, and I've been hit by a bus. And it's just I've been on extra strength Tylenol a couple of times in my life and I don't like it. I do not like extra strength Tylenol. You said no to it? Yeah, well, I mean, morphine's the actual scary shit. I don't know what you're saying again, Diamond, but that's all good. I don't know what a sensor drug is. I mean, these days, if they tried to prescribe any pills to me, I would probably just say no. I'd rather just be in pain. You don't have an addicting personality? It doesn't matter if you have an addicting personality. Opioids will overpower anything. It doesn't matter who you are or how much you get addicted to things. Some things are just impossible for us as beings to resist, which is why opioids are terrifying. Spring has arrived. It's year 4 of this fortress. You like this stream? Why? Because of the way I talk about drugs? Until you need it? Yeah. It's actually kind of funny. I had a friend once when I mentioned, I'm like, yeah, I dislike Tylenol 3s because Tylenol 3s just make me feel foggy. And she was just like, oh, well, if you ever have Tylenol 3s again, let me know. I'll buy them from you. I was like, what? Pardon? I know a few people like that. It's tough. Tough life to live. And here you are in chat, just like, but yeah, I guess none of us know where you live. We have a ranger in a fey mood. I mean, definitely don't run around on the street shouting what drugs you have. That's not a grand idea. But I just think that's kind of funny. Okay. I was like, why are you going nowhere? Game is paused. That is why. There's so many fish in the river. Look at that. I like this fortress. Chat is sort of safe. Sort of safe, yeah. Those are highly attractive among addicts. What's your address again? I mean, and your social security number and your credit card number and your... Although, social insurance number. You got tramadol when I fucked up your knee for a while and ultimately didn't need them, but a few friends asked for them. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So dwarfs began a mysterious construction in a craft store shop with wild boar bone and phyllite blocks. Any bets on what that dwarf makes? It depends on how many pills are in the bottle. Craft store shop. We already had one scepter today. 20? When you take all 20, that's a lot more than 2 milligrams. Although, like, to give you an idea when it comes to drugs, I know a dude who will go to metal shows, go into the bathroom, because most bars around here, in the bathroom they will have like a dispenser where you put in a dollar coin and it just boots out 1 Tylenol pill. The idea is you would take 1 or 2 if you've been drinking a lot, or if you get a headache or whatever, you could go get some Tylenol. Most of the restrooms have them. I know a guy who will literally go and buy like 40 and just eat them. Just take them all. Just every show he goes to. He'll just do that because it's how he gets his kicks. It's real great for your liver. You want to die young? Do that. It's a real good way to die. But I know people that do that. Bathroom dispensers for like Tylenol? Yeah. Tylenol, and it's just like the small little 200 tablets. The really little normal ass Tylenol tablets. What did he make? We don't know yet. Hasn't finished. Going to, speaking of making stuff, silver chest. 40. Probably don't have enough to make all 40, but there we go. Whoa! Bim, the ranger, has created Tot Monan, a wild boar bone mace, and claims it as a family heirloom. Cool ceremonial piece for sure. Not what I was expecting. Not what I was expecting at all. Just taking some screenshots, you know, for the records. It's worth 4440. Not very valuable. The Flowery Meditation. Giggity. This is a wild boar bone mace. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with boar bone and encircled with bands of cushion, phalite cabochons. Simple, but effective. Ribbed for someone's pleasure. I just did now, didn't I? Oh, I'm basically like insinuating this dwarf just made a dildo. Just to be totally clear here. Nope, you're not hearing things. Well, I mean, you're hearing things. They're just the things I'm saying, not made up things. No funnies allowed. So if you laugh, does it hurt? Is that the problem? Oh boy. Sorry, not sorry. Do I need to make you sign a waiver for when you watch my stream that like you have to, like, if you laugh, it's on you and it's your own fault for having a bad sense of humor that's as bad as mine? I'm almost out of coffee. I'm big sad. I have half a cup of coffee. 6-inch vertical, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, don't hurt yourself. I can only keep the stream so chill, you know? It's really weird being told that you're funny because, like, I don't think of my stream as particularly humorous. And I don't really try and say things that are particularly funny. Like, there's definitely streams where, like, that's a focus where they're trying to be funny. I don't really try to be funny, per se. But I will end up being funny sometimes. It's not something that I intentionally do. It just kind of happens. So, I don't know. Always going to confuse me when people tell me that I'm funny. Do. And you're just laughing over there. I mean, just don't hurt yourself more than you need to. Or more than you already have, even. Nature is better than force funny. True that. Yeah. Can get behind that. You're medicated. It's all good. I'm picking up what you're putting down. And I think you're putting it in the right place, so. Look at all those dwarves running around. Look at all those bunny rabbits that are just breeding. I like big spacey rooms. I think that that stuff needs space to breathe. It's also nice because like then they don't worry about pathing over top of each other's. I mean, it's way less efficient. Like your cramped fortresses are probably way more like spatially efficient than mine. But like, nah. I guess, nah. Was this dwarf female by any chance? I need to look up which dwarf made it. Bim! I have no idea. Bim the Bone Carver. Yeah, she feels fondness when talking with an acquaintance and felt fondness after interacting with a pet. Felt wonder after communing with a pet. Or after communing with her god. Felt pleasure near a fine door. I wonder why. Felt satisfied after creating an artifact. There you go. And killed a wild boar here in BunnyAbby, which is the name of this fortress, by the way. To be clear, not actually a dildo, but I will jokingly call it that. She made a bone mace. Although I know a streamer who refers to all scepters in dwarf fortresses as dildos. So whenever somebody makes a scepter, he's like, made a dildo. Like just has to the point where like I'm surprised he hasn't like renamed the item in the raws to just dildo. Because that's just whenever he talks about them, it's like I'm just playing with a dildo. You know, it's very funny, or I find it very funny anyway. And all of these dwarves are absolutely ecstatic. I saw a dwarf recite, "The past can say it," at the Room of Connecting. And it's interesting. I think I've made enough booze for a bit. We got 500. Or almost 500? 431. Close enough. Overall, I would say that this has been a pretty successful little day for it. And next week, I think what we will do is we will build a fortress right here and connect the mainland to this. And then after we've done that, the week after, I'm going to build a fortress like right here, and we're going to go after these guys. Because this human tower of basic blushes, this human tower is one of the spots that ravaged all of the land here. The other one is this one, which is the Dwarven Tower of Kindling Girder. Those two towers are the towers that have more or less pushed this faction out of existence. We're going to try and reclaim that. It's by slowly building these little fortresses up over the weeks. It's been fun so far. Enjoying this process of rebuilding this faction. We'll see you later, Katsu. But I think that's it for this week's day fort. This week's little temporary fort. Nothing super crazy happened, but I am very happy with the outcome of the fortress. It's got a nice little layout. It's very pleasant on the eyes. Nothing super crazy happened. No deaths, surprisingly. We built this lovely moat. Not bad for dwarves that got washed into the sea and washed up on a small island with nothing but themselves to say hello to. Cheers, Maz. But I think that's it for dwarfs for today. We're not done streaming, though. I am going to keep streaming for a bit. We're just going to be playing a different game for the remainder of the stream. We're going to go play some Dwarf Romantic, I think, because I'm still not done with that fucking thing. I'm enjoying that game way too much, so I think that's what we're going to go do. So if you're sticking around, could I please get a big round of beers in chat? If you're peacing out, that's okay, too. If you are piecing out, I recommend going to watch RNG Strategist, who's playing dwarfs. He's very entertaining. Quality stream. Maybe may he have a booziful life. I mean, a general grub may show up in a later fortress. I mean, considering like I'd say like 20% of the dwarves in this world, or in this faction in this world, are named. Like like 2/3 of the dwarves in that fort were named just because they showed up from previous forts, because I've done so many forts now. So they're all moving from place to place and constantly being said hi to, so. So there's a high chance that General Grub will dwarf again in another fortress in the future. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to actually take it to those necromancers in a couple weeks. Be fun. Did I save or did I retire? I saved. I need to retire that fortress. Why do I always do that? I'm like too heavily practiced after playing so much Long Death. This fortress got a little framey, but that was to be expected. I mean, we did have like, I mean, actually, since I'm back in, what was the final count of bunnies? 103 animals? So quick count. So 19 of my animals are not rabbits, and I have 103. That's pretty good considering we started with 40. There we go. Retire for the time being. Yeah, no, absolutely. I wouldn't want to accidentally kill Long Death. I think it's Audio Coaster's favorite game that I stream these days. You gotta love that town romance. So chill. It really is, yeah. It's so chill and easy to just kind of play for long periods of time. Closing down the background sounds and put the screen full screen until I get moved over. Game's still saving the background. Do I really dream in ASCII sometimes? I've dreamed once in ASCII, but I generally don't dream. It's more of a dumb catchphrase than anything. Hey, Skipper, what's up? I think I spelled that wrong. Yes, I did. Done. Stuff should be updated.